Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Azam Slays. Happy motherfucking Monday. How you doing, my friends? How are we doing? Today is September 11th, 2023. Hope you're all chilling. Hope you're all vibing. I, for one, am having a good Monday. Today was chill. Today was definitely chill. Pretty humid over on the East Coast. Dealing with like that hurricane and whatnot, and a little bit of kind of weird weather, but we're chilling though. We're chilling. So let's get into things, man. Today is episode 138th of the Music Mondays podcast. Weekly recap stuff. Couple of talking segments. A ton of submissions and a pretty packed show for you guys, so we're gonna get right into it so you guys know the motherfucking drill. But like I said, I hope you're well. So let's talk. Episode 137 of the Music Mondays podcast is available on all platforms right now, so that includes YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and all of those wonderful platforms. Huge shout out to everybody that's been taking us on the go with whatever your preferred audio platform is. You guys are amazing, so huge shout out to everybody that's streaming us on the go. But huge shout out to the YouTube crew as well. You guys are amazing. And of course, huge shout out to everybody that submitted to episode 137 of the Music Mondays podcast. July 2023 Patreon appreciation is live. So many of you know that we launched Patreon in March of 2023. So that's been a decent journey for us. The Patreon has done extremely well. We've taken care of our Patreons each month, and we have so much planned for everybody over there on the Patreon side of things. So huge shout out to everybody that's pledged at any tier. You guys are amazing, and you'll get some pretty frequent updates before the end of the year on where things are going, what we're going to do with the Patreon project, and things like that. But the July 2023 appreciation is available right now on all of our socials if you missed that. And huge shout out to all of our Patrons. You guys are amazing. Love you, love you. Fall 2023 preview is available on our YouTube channel. So last week, during episode 137 of the Music Mondays podcast, we had a discussion about fall 2023, really what's to come on Music Mondays, what we're working on here on the back end of things. Sort of like a preview. Spoke a little bit about things that you guys already know about, things you might not know about, and a whole lot of other good stuff. So if you missed the fall 2023 preview, that is available on the Music Mondays YouTube channel right now. So definitely go check that out. And if you already have, thank you. I believe we're about 5 subscribers away from the big 210 subaroonies. So if you're not subscribed to the Music Mondays channel, definitely please do so and go show the channel some love. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks, and a whole lot of good stuff is available over there on the Music Mondays channel. But the fall 2023 preview is available right now. A brand new article just dropped on Friday by the homie Blank Thought, a wonderful producer and writer for the Music Mondays staff team. Another banger from Blank Thought, I'm not gonna lie. All of Blank Thought's interviews have been extremely stellar, but they're very intimate as well. So if you've never seen a Blank Thought piece or never read one, definitely go check that out and go show Blank Thought some love. Definitely. A brand new recruiting flyer for Music Mondays is available on all of our platforms as well. I believe we dropped that on Saturday. I believe it was Saturday. Now it's not like new, but the post is a bit like refined, but you guys will know when we actually have a new fully fledged graphic for our recruiting details, and actually we'll be talking about recruiting a bit more here in a bit, but a brand new recruiting flyer is available with all the details that you need to know if you want to join the Music Mondays staff team. Definitely something that we're open towards, and if you missed that, definitely go check that out and go show that some love. Kayoko's Garden roster announcement, that actually just happened on Saturday as well, so huge shout out to them. Kayoko joined the Music Monday staff team as a designer. They're going to help us with not only some aesthetic rebrands and things like that, but they're also on board to help with SoundCloud Sunday, Underground Classics, things of that nature. So if you see them around, definitely go show them some love, and huge shout out to Kayoko's Garden for joining the Music Mondays staff team. Big welcome. So, sheesh, that takes us to Sunday. SoundCloud Sunday volume 99 is available on our SoundCloud right now. That was curated by myself and Avanko. Huge shout out to Avanko. Water actually took this week off, so it was just 2 of us curating this week, and just as much of a banger as always. And again, huge shout out to Avanko for helping me curate that, and anybody else that submitted to SoundCloud Sunday. Closing in on 100 volumes, man. Really closing in on a volume 100. It's just really crazy to think about. I feel like that was pretty fast. I'm not gonna lie, but again, like, it is a weekly playlist, so it's like, I don't know, like, it's kind of fast, but it's not like that fast. So if you're ever interested in submitting for SoundCloud Sunday, submissions open every single Wednesday, so make sure you're following us on socials at All Music Mondays. Be on the lookout for that announcement every single Wednesday, and of course the playlist drops each Sunday. So and again, if you missed SoundCloud Sunday volume 99, definitely go check out SoundCloud Sunday. Definitely go check out all the volumes, to be honest with you. We have 99 different playlists stacked with unheard of underground independent content, so definitely go check out SoundCloud Sunday. And huge shout out to everybody that supports SoundCloud Sunday, man, because obviously we wouldn't be able to do that without you guys, but I'm glad it's so well received, and it's definitely something that I take a lot of pride in. So again, submissions open every Wednesday. That's something you're interested in, and definitely feel free to um, drop links, support, show some love, anything like that. But Volume 99 is available right now. So that takes us all the way up until Monday today, which is September 11th, 2023. So a couple of things that we're going to talk about. Something that is very important that I actually had to write down just now. So somebody had asked Music Mondays recently. They had asked, what exactly are we, right? So when it comes to what is Music Mondays, that'll be something that we really discuss here on the show. But before we get into that, we're going to talk a little bit about recruiting. We're going to talk a little bit about SoundCloud and YouTube exclusives, and then we'll hop into some reactions, reviews, submissions. You guys know the motherfucking drill. So let's talk recruiting. So recently we recruited the homie Kyoko's Garden on the Music Mondays staff team. Huge shout out to them for joining. But we are still recruiting for the Music Mondays staff team. We are on the hunt for any writers, journalists, curators, designers, content creators, underground enthusiasts, anybody that is very much interested in joining the Music Mondays staff team. So, Wet, what's good, homie? Hope you're well. Welcome on in. So when it comes to recruiting, a short breakdown of all the roles. So when it comes to writing, obviously you'll have a little bit of responsibility when it comes to a monthly article, because we have enough staff writers at this point, as to where you only have to write an article once per month. So when it comes to that, that's sort of your main responsibility. And when it comes to article details, I'm sure the majority of you guys have seen or read or even clicked on a few of our articles, right? So you kind of know what that entails, but you're free to kind of take liberty on how you want to structure certain things. So when it comes to a writer journalist role, people who want to do interviews, reviews, think pieces, more intimate Music Mondays segments, like In Case You Missed It Monthly, that one's really important. So that's more the writer role. When it comes to designers, obviously designers are very crucial to Music Mondays, but that doesn't mean that you know, you're only kind of designing within Music Mondays ecosystem. We have a lot of segments like Staff Design Showcase, a couple of other smaller segments where we kind of show off designers in the aspect of like freestyle designs, or again, Staff Design Showcase, things like that, where they're not really limited to Music Mondays content, compared to, like, say, a SoundCloud Sunday cover or Underground Classics or anything like that when it comes to graphics. So it's a very, like, 50-50 trade-off when it comes to designers. But as far as your responsibility goes, again, nothing too overly stressful. Of course, unless we're working on, like, some kind of like a bigger projects that need flyers or things like that. But for the most part, what you see is really what we essentially would want. So something like a SoundCloud Sunday cover, Underground Classics, thumbnails, certain smaller shit. So again, if that's something you're interested in, definitely let us know. But our third biggest role is a curator. So our curation team is about 3 deep right now. And that's a very interesting kind of role, because it's probably the easiest. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't require like a little bit of elbow grease when it comes to actually finding tracks that not only deserve slots on some of our playlists, right? Like SoundCloud Sunday, things like that. So being a curator, again, is definitely easier than most roles, but again, it's definitely something that is pretty delicate because the majority of our staff picks always kind of get shown love, but they also have to be tracks that are deserving. You know what I mean? Not just in the aspect of like whether you or me think it's good, but whether the artist is hardworking, they're putting out consistent music. You know, the song's actually good. You know, there's so many reasons why curation is important. So on a surface level, it's pretty easy, but if you really wanted to like get into the nitty gritty of it, it's definitely something that's you can get real technical with, for sure. So again, that's another role. If you're interested in that, definitely let us know. I think the fourth biggest one. So we have writer, designer, curator, and our fourth biggest one is content creator. Now, a content creator is kind of like a broad term, but I'd rather use that term than something like a YouTuber or like a short form content creator. So, you know, kind of a media personality, but you won't be doing just media. So if you're interested in picking up any of the Music Mondays YouTube series, like Feature Friday, Workshop Wednesday, the breakdown behind the merch, things like that, or you have a new idea and you're like, yo, I'm trying to do some short form content. I want to do TikToks. I want to do this. I want to do like 30-second breakdowns and things like that. So we're very open when it comes to the media aspect of things, because again, it's something that we're very consistent with, right? You can always expect 2 YouTube videos a week. You can always expect short form TikToks and things like that. But as far as like stuff outside of our regular content, we're definitely open to anybody who's like, yo, I got an idea and we have the platform. You know what I mean? So we're absolutely down. But outside of that, there's definitely smaller roles that we're looking to fill, but those are the most important as far as like what makes Music Mondays kind of um roll smoothly. So again, if you're interested in any of those roles, definitely let us know, and we'll be happy to have that conversation with you. And again, obviously, all the revenue that Music Mondays gains through anything like YouTube, the Patreon, things like that, 99.9% of it goes right back into the platform, right? Website costs, social media, our SoundCloud, so many other things that are just small. As we grow, of course, things will change, and we'll kind of have to readjust for the current community that we have. But when it comes to that, it's very much a everything goes right back into the platform process at the moment. But again, that's something that could always change, and that's something we're looking to change. But for right now, we're very focused on the growth of Music Mondays and very much like putting the brand first when it comes to a financial aspect of things. So that's very, very important for us. And that's pretty much why we keep everything to a bare minimum when it comes to submissions. All of our submissions will always and always have been free. You know, the majority of the features that we offer are extra features, right? You want to get more involved with the Patreon, you want to support the platform, you want to get extra stuff, you want to get unreleased stuff, you want to get stuff early. That's where we kind of put all that sort of thing. But as far as the base of Music Mondays, everything will always be free. So that's something that will never change. But you might see some new platforms or new segments or new pieces pop up here or there, but the core of Music Mondays will always stay the same, for sure. So that's what's good with recruiting. So definitely let us know if you're interested in any of those roles. If you have any more questions, you're like, yo, how does this work? Yo, what are you doing here? Yo, this, that, and the third. Pretty much anything. Feel free to send us an email, send me a message, send Music Mondays a message. Feel free to contact any of our staff as well. All of our staff profiles are located on the contact page of Music Mondays. So if you're ever interested in contacting a writer individually, a designer individually, or anybody else, all that information is listed on the contact page. So that's that, my friends. That was more of a detailed breakdown for recruiting than I'd normally do. Just because I think we'll put that segment on YouTube and really kind of dive in and reach a couple more people when it comes to recruiting. But one last thing before we talk about reactions and reviews and all that good stuff. SoundCloud exclusives and YouTube exclusives. So we are also on the hunt for brand new SoundCloud exclusives and YouTube exclusives. So if you have a unreleased track or visual that you'd like Music Mondays to host and promote for free on all of our social medias, definitely contact us and let us know. We're purely only interested in the SoundCloud or YouTube version of your track. Feel free to distribute anywhere you want. So if that's something that interests you, feel free to let us know. Of course, the track has to be unreleased, and then afterwards you can kind of spread it to all stores, do whatever you want to do. But again, that's not only for SoundCloud. We are interested in hosting YouTube videos as well. Music Mondays has a channel of over 200 subscribers, so of course we're interested in hosting more music videos, more visuals, lyric videos, things like that. And of course promote them for free on our socials. So definitely let us know if either of those interest you and you're like, yo, I'm trying to collab, because we are trying to collab for sure. Mostly just build our library and archive and make sure everybody gets a fair chance, and really also just kind of show some love to our SoundCloud community in a different way. Because again, you know, playlists and all the other stuff are very important, and it's a very crucial part to everything. But exclusive music and really exclusive albums and more interesting things like that are very crucial as well. So that's a big reason that we're on the hunt for exclusive. But if that interests you and you're like, yo, trying to get a track hosted, feel free to let us know. Send me an email, send me a message, send Music Mondays a message, and we'll be happy to have that discussion with you, my friends. So that's that on that. We had our weekly recap. We broke down a bit of recruiting. We broke down exclusives. We broke down pretty much everything that we needed to. So with that said, let's hop into a little bit of reactions and reviews, eh? So let's see what we got here, chat. Bam. Switch screens right quick. So, decent amount of submissions tonight, but before we get into that, let's explain the formats for anybody who's new and isn't familiar. So, when it comes to recruiting for the Music Mondays podcast, submissions always open the following day after the live show. So, obviously, if you're live here, today is Monday, September 11th, but submissions will be opening for next week's show tomorrow. So, if you're interested in submitting for that, make sure you follow us on socials. If you're watching this on YouTube, submissions are already open for episode 138, or no, I'm sorry, episode 139. So, if that's something you're interested in, submissions are there. So, go check them out. I kind of realized there was a little bit of confusion for how the podcast kind of works. So for anybody who's super unfamiliar, podcast is obviously live here today, every Monday. But the YouTube version of the podcast will be live every single Saturday. It's been like that since day one. We've never really changed the schedule for 100 plus episodes. So if you're ever interested in the podcast on YouTube for easy access and watchability, and you want to record clips and things like that, every Saturday is where you can find the YouTube version of the Music Mondays podcast. So again, like today, you'll see the podcast drop on the 16th, I believe is this Saturday. So that's that. And when it comes to the audio version of the podcast, that'll drop every Thursday. So Thursday is kind of like a media day. You'll see a YouTube upload go up. That's not the podcast. And you'll see the audio version of the podcast go up. So if you're a Spotify, Apple Podcast, Google Podcast listener, that's where you can listen to the podcast first. And of course, the podcast will be available tonight on Patreon for everybody to kind of have access to relatively earlier. But that's kind of like the system we have going when it comes to how the podcast drops and things like that. So, submission specifics. Let's talk. Submissions will be in the same format that you see on screen now, and for those of you that are listening on just audio, submissions will always read artists and creatives. Submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on 9/11/23, which is here now, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, twitch.tv/ZomPlays. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creations, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. Many of you know, contrary to our name, Music Mondays, we've reacted to and reviewed pretty much everything here on the show. Everything from vocals to instrumentals to graphic designs to photos to fashion, merch, YouTube vlogs, YouTube edits, music videos, lyric videos, you name it, we've reacted to it. Um, and that's mostly just because we, um, obviously, since the start, kind of wanted to be more than just a music related platform because most underground creatives are multi-talented, right? A lot of vocalists also produce, a lot of vocalists also film videos, a lot of vocalists also mix, a lot of producers also edit videos. So like there's a very common cross-pollination when it comes to why we implemented that kind of guideline. So if you're an underground creative and you feel like you deserve a little bit of spotlight here on the show, feel free to drop us any kind of link. 4 hour show limit, must be following Music Mondays on Twitter to be eligible. Patreon submissions played first each week. So what does that mean? 4 hour show limit. Prior to us implementing the 4 hour show limit, um sometimes we'd end up like 6-7 hour podcasts, which obviously is not practical for many people to really dive into in one session, but that's not really practical for us to do here live every Monday. It can definitely get very strenuous for sure. So of course we implemented the 4 hour show limit, and that kind of begs the question like, okay, well, what if all the submissions don't get played? Well, that's where the Patreon comes in, and we have an exclusive perk over there on the Music Mondays Patreon called the Music Mondays Fast Pass, which grants you the ability to have your submissions played first each week for the entire duration that you're subscribed to the Patreon. So, of course, there's a month-to-month subscription. So, pretty much for 4 weeks straight, you'll have your submissions played first here on the show. Which we have about, I think, like 5 or 6 at the moment, Patreons. So, huge shout out to the crew over there. But if you're just kind of okay with gambling, that's cool too. And you're just like, because we don't get the same amount of submissions like each week. So, it's definitely a bit different each week because sometimes we'll still have like 3 hour shows and things like that. But for the longer shows, and sometimes we might not get to everybody, that's where the Patreon and the Fast Pass really comes in, and um you're kind of guaranteed to get your submission played. So that's kind of how that came in. And of course, whether you're a patron or not, doesn't matter what you submit. The only thing that we do ask is that you're following Music Mondays on Twitter to be eligible. That's pretty much the only guideline that we have, because of course, as you all know, submissions are free. They always have been, and they always will be free. So the only thing that we do ask is that you're following Music Mondays on Twitter before you submit, to not only help grow our platform, but to help pay respect to everybody else that really waits for their submissions to be played first each week. And of course, you get access to a wonderful network of inspiring, wonderful, wonderful underground creatives. So that's the only thing that we do ask in exchange for your submission. So, the only thing that you need to know outside of that is submissions close about an hour to like a half hour before the show starts. Just basically to get a head count, and of course we are a live show. So we like to formally close submissions so nobody kind of comes in and submits late, messes up the order. Somebody who submitted like 5 days ago gets cut off, and yada yada yada. And of course we are a live show, so we like to keep things a bit free flow and kind of keep our thread relatively clean. So that's why we have submissions open for like 7 days in a row, and then after that, when the show is live is basically when they're closed. Essentially, is really how that goes. So that's about it, my friends. That's a pretty detailed breakdown of the Music Mondays podcast and how you can consistently submit every week. How you can get more benefits for submitting and things like that if you want to be a part of the Music Mondays Patreon. But without further ado, let's get into episode 138. Alrighty, my friends. Let's count how many patrons we have, and then we'll dive into the rest of the community submissions. So, we got the homie TDG, that's 1 Patreon. Got the homie Cole Gerard, that's 2. Jordan Andrew, that's 3 Patreons tonight. Let's see here. I think it's only 3, unless I'm tripping. Yeah, I think it's 3 tonight, and then the rest of the community submissions. So, TDG is actually the first submit, or no, he's the second submission, so I was tweaking. So let's start off with TDG, whatever to the homie Cole, and then we'll finish off with Jordan Andrew, and then we'll go into the rest of the community. So, TDG is up first, and they submitted a track titled "Other Side." Now, for those of you who don't know, TDG, a alternative hip hop artist, and they have a caption that reads, "Brought and performed by me, mixed and mastered by Cole Gerard. On the other side, I could." Okay, let's see what we got here. It's been, I think, a couple of weeks since we've heard from TDG. We definitely didn't hear from them last week, so I'm definitely excited to see what TDG's been cooking up. 5 hours ago, so super new, unreleased, exclusive TDG. Now, again, prod TDG and mixed by Cole Gerard. Let's get into it. Exclusive music, Monday's premiere, TDG, Other Side. The devil demons my mind, they won't shut up. Damn, that stuff, where's my blood? The devil punk. Not now, Mr. McLean, some other time. The devil punk, demons my mind, they won't shut up. Shut up, damn, that stuff, where's my blood? The devil punk, demons my mind, they won't shut up. Damn, that's tough, where's my love? I lost my love, fell from above, and I failed. Lost at sea, but still set sail. Don't check the mail, my heart is frail, but my soul is tough as nails. I'm still here, scared of what appears. New man, the wall don't look too clear. Won't answer, pull over, let me steer. Tired of riding shotgun, chance, got some quick, got none. A fighter, I'm one, it's my time. I'm up, better sign up, call me your highness. Wait, I'm lying, my ego and I colliding. Hero, villain, still deciding. Forbidden fruit is ripening. Should I bite it? Should I fight it? Let me at least read the fine. Write and figure out the in between the line. And before I sign it, my wallet could brighten, my teeth could whiten. Fan providing, get bitches piping, stick out brightness, be no timeless. See the other side, see the other side, see the other. On the other side, I could wait, patient for heaven's gates, believe in fate and change my ways, not delay, due dates, make purpose every day, make time, where's the time, live to die, die to live, can't figure out what this is, I lost my lid, I'm fucking pissed, I can't pick, in the dark, this shit ain't lit, I just dig, made myself a pit, I just sit and unzip, I'm a prick, I got my tits, it's not it, this is shit, should I drop or live, this world evil, I don't even wanna bring in the kid, controlled we don't live, Damn. Okay. So this is a trip, I'm not gonna lie. This was definitely a journey. Definitely a journey. That's a fact. But you guys know the drill. Let's break this one down. Definitely much to talk about. Definitely much to talk about. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Other Side. So prod TDG, this is very much a interesting kind of track, but not for TDG standards, I'm not gonna lie. It's very much up to par with the TDG sound. When it comes to the mix is great. Of course, we have Cole involved here a bit too, but when we're talking strictly the instrumental, definitely super solid, very well rounded. That's something that we can always really expect from TDG. I find that TDG has a very solid mix when it comes to their instrumental. This is definitely not something that's surprising, but you always want to kind of point that out, you know what I mean? So very, very important. Instrumental mix very solid. Let's talk Shining Star. So again, this is a very unique instrumental, but was it unique for TDG? No. And do I think it was very experimental? Not really, no. It's just very unique. And I think that's what TDG has like an edge of is just like it's always very unique and very fitting for TDG's style when it comes to how they write. So I'm big on the drums. The mells are very much like ethereal, space like, kind of like what you'd expect for TDG. But I think the structure is kind of what sold me here, because it was a very like nice intro, and the outro kind of sold it for me. Um, I think a close second would probably be the drums, but the whole structure of the instrumentals is kind of was like the most stuck out to me. Definitely. Definitely. So the instrumental solid for sure. Let's talk vocals here. So again, we have Cole on the mix. Definitely an engineer we've seen TDG work with many, many times, but you can always guarantee a pretty crisp and solid mix when it comes to TDG and Cole. Um, Maybe on some of the older TDG tracks, before Cole was involved, there was a little bit of like more just like earlier mixes, but I definitely think this is like a solid duo when it comes to engineering and overall vocal sound for TDG. Definitely. With that said, everything's very level. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Vocals sit nice in the instrumental. Everything cuts through nicely. No gripes with the vocals at all. Um, Vocal shining star. So there's a couple of things to kind of dive in here. The flow is decent. The writing was something that kind of like takes you on a journey, and you're kind of like soaking in the last bar as the next one comes, and then you're kind of just like soaking in it all as it comes. So the writing was very particular. Um hmm. So I like the vocal structure as well. Kind of like how everything was placed. It could be writing, just because it just makes you think. Purely because it makes you think, I feel like that's something that's like very typical. PDG is known for kind of taking you on this fantasy type journey. So this is definitely a kind of writing where you can like either super understand it, or you're gonna sit there and think about it for a second and be like, ah. So it's very like clever in that aspect. So probably writing here. Probably writing is a shining star, to be honest with you. So instrumental solid, definitely a structure. A vocal solid, definitely the writing. Let's talk theme. So this is definitely a cover that we've seen from TDG before. I think TDG is actually using the purple version. Yeah, so there's another like purple version here. Just the alternate kind of version. And of course, for an unreleased track, that could always change. But I've always been a fan of this art for sure, definitely. So of course, super solid for an unreleased single. Um, Overall theme. So other side, obviously talking about whatever place you go to after you die, and TDG does a really good job kind of breaking this down in the aspect that it relates to them. Because of course it's a very like interesting topic. So I feel like TDG went the super fantasy route, and almost made you think as the listener, and kind of get put in TDG's shoes, right? And also kind of pick out the lines that either relate to you, or the lines that you thought were kind of like, oh wow. Like there's a couple times where I was like, okay. Like just certain bars will like strike you in a certain way, but it's not formatted in a very like serious aspect, which I think is like very redeeming for TDG. TDG is very good at talking about like serious, kind of semi-serious topics, but also kind of being very laid back and chill sound wise. So I think it's a great combo, to be honest with you. So with that said, huge shout out to TDG. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much love. Make sure you follow TDG on SoundCloud. 3 follows away from 980, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on Twitter. They are approaching 170, about 8 away. Go show them some love in the bird app, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 sub on the main Music Monday channel. And again, like I said, we upload 2 times a week. full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff. It's available on the main channel. We'll show these artists the main channel some love. If you already have, thank you. So huge shout out to TDG. That was our first Patreon of the night. But our next Patreon is the homie Cole Gerard. It's probably been about probably like 2 months, maybe like a month and a half since we've gotten a submission from Cole. So it'll definitely be interesting to see what Cole is up to. So, a multi-genre talented vocalist, Cole submitted a track titled White Lies Stained Red. Fraud Hidden. And I believe this is a visual, I think. Oh, yeah, it's a music video. Okay. So, pop this, open a new tab. Pause that, John. Go to settings. 1080p. Volume up. Check description. Fraud Hidden, written, recorded, guitar chugs, mixed and mastered. Yeah. Okay. So pretty much everything else done by Cole, and then along with a music video. So let's see what we got here. All right, 1080 already, full screen. Pause. Okay, let's get into it. Cole Gerard, White Lies Stained Red music video. Let's go. Yeah. Sped up clips here are fire. That was like an insane video from Cole, man. Like that had to be like probably one of the best ones, no? Had to be like that was okay. Okay, so much to discuss here. Definitely much to discuss here. All right. Let's break this one down. So, much to discuss, definitely. Okay, so we're gonna talk about 3 things here. We'll talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the video, of course, instead of the theme. Because the video's right here. So let's talk instrumental. Fraud Hidden, this is definitely a producer that we've seen Cole work with multiple times. Definitely not an unfamiliar duo whatsoever. Definitely one of the like more natural sounding duos when it comes to an artist and a producer. Just because I feel like Hidden's instrumentals are just dark enough. Like they're very much sometimes like alt hip hop plug and B kind of kind of different, but they're slightly darker, which I feel like matches Cole's vocals a lot. And then Cole kind of shapes it up the rest of the way. So when it comes to the instrumental, the mix is great. No shocker there though. Kind of like obviously you have Cole on engineering, but then again, Hidden is also a producer that we've heard, a few times. So we're kind of used to how their sound is and really how they usually are very consistent. That's for sure. That's for sure. So with that said, the mix is great. Super level, drums knock, nothing clashing, too overbearing. I like the instrumental mix a lot. Definitely, definitely. Instrumental Shining Star. I like the melodies here, but the drums stuck out a lot for this one. I'm not sure how or why, but the drums definitely stuck out a lot on this one. I feel like Hidden definitely went pretty crazy on these, and just the drum selection in itself was really well done. So I'm gonna go ahead and say drums for the instrumental. Definitely. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Let's talk vocals here. So obviously, um, engineered by Cole Gerard, right? So kind of again, not really a shocker as to where it sounds like very crisp. The vocals sit nice in the instrumental. Everything cuts through nicely. Just the perfect kind of levels, like no gripes whatsoever. Again, not really a shocker with somebody like Cole, but you always want to point it out and make note of it. So, this one's rough as far as the vocal Shining Star because I really like the hook. The hook stands out a lot. But the overall writing throughout the whole song is like really fucking solid. So it's like, and then the flowing cadence is probably like a good second one behind that is definitely like whole slit on this for sure. So there's a couple like I think the hook though is probably like just from like a listener standpoint, I would say the hook is probably what's gonna make you want to come back to this and um probably would have it stuck in your head for sure. So definitely the hook is the shining star here. I think. Flow and cadence is definitely a close second. Overall writing is definitely good too for sure. But the hook is like there. The hook is definitely there for sure. So instrumental solid, definitely drums. Vocal solid, definitely the hook. Let's talk music video. So, this isn't the first visual slash music video that we've seen from Cole, but this is definitely one of the more like how do I put it? Like really well done ones. Because it's not that Cole's older videos weren't good. They were just the older videos. So with this dropping in July, this is definitely something a lot more fresh, right? So you can see where everything got upgraded. Like there's a lot more post processing, there's a lot more post editing. Um and I think the balance between like IRL footage and like processing is really well done. And it's all like very delicate. Like you can see uh like the smaller efforts and like the smaller things that like you wouldn't normally know unless you've like edited a video, right? Cuz like at face value, um a lot of this wouldn't seem that hard, but some of it can definitely be very hard. When you're trying to structure things a certain way and really trying to get shit to like be on time, like getting like some of these videos like on time is like fuck, it can be really hard. So that's one thing I noticed here was everything was really on point. Um, but even with these shots here, right? With something like this, it's like got the IRL effect of it, but it's got a little bit of the editing as well. So that's what I liked about this is as much as it was edited, it had like a fine balance of IRL footage. So I thought that this was really good. And then of course you have like the color palette. Um, the track is literally called "A White Lie Stained Red," and like the majority of like the deep like red just frying was the perfect amount because there's like a little bit of like an analog feel, but there's a little bit of like a almost futuristic, but not really. Almost like void, ethereal backrooms feel a little bit. But the clip at the start kind of fits in with it, right? Because we have this kind of space-like structure here. So it's like, okay, like we have that clip, and then I feel like everything that follows it up after really meshes well. Like I feel like that clip isn't in there for no reason. I feel like that's what I like about this. Is like it's all very relatable. And then this, I wanted to talk about this too. The multi video here. These are like this is a sick idea. I've seen a couple people kind of like implement this, but not exactly like in this style, obviously. But when it comes to like putting multiple clips on one video, I think that shit is so sick if you do it right. So that's one thing I noticed about this that I really liked for sure. Was just kind of like yeah, and like how it transitions. Yeah, so to cap it off, the post processing and the post editing was really well done here. Because like I always say, it takes like a day to get the footage, right? Like you only need a good 8 hours, day out in the woods, day out, or even a night. You could get a lot of it done in a night, you know. So realistically, all you need is the footage, and then you can kind of just go crazy from there, and really do whatever you want it to do. But I think without the post editing, it still would have been sick. But the editing gave it the meaning. The editing gave it the red feel, the color palette, the distorted feel, the very much like darkness that I was describing with the instrumental. So there's a very much like good tie-in for like what this song kind of means and how this song like would speak to like a new listener, and then how it ties into the video as well. So everything was really well done, and I feel like the post editing was it was something that Cole spent a lot of time on. Not like fucking years, but you know, there was some elbow grease here, and you always want to notice that. You know what I mean? So really well done. Really, really well done. Huge shout out to Cole for the submission. Thank you so much, my friend. Make sure you go sub to Cole on YouTube. Cole is one sub-a-rooney away from 30. Go show Cole some love on the tube. And of course, make sure you follow Cole on Twitter. Cole is approaching 50. He is 5 away. That's a good milestone, man. Go show some love to Cole on the bird, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, we're approaching 210 subscribers on the Music Mondays main channel. Make sure you go sub to the main channel and show these artists some love. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episode, exclusive segments, and a lot of good stuff is available over there on the channel. So, let's get into it, chat. Huge shout out to TDG and Cole for the submissions and being Music Mondays. Patrons, you guys are amazing. So we have one last Patreon for tonight, I believe. One last one. So, I think it is Jordan Andrew, but I just want to double check and make sure I'm not tripping. No, I'm not. Okay. Let's get into it. So our last Patreon of the night, the homie, Jordan Andrew. So, man, a very, very talented vocalist, producer, engineer, multi-genre talented, if you will, as well. Jordan Andrew sent some more throwback stuff, as he stated in the caption. Track titled "Why" with Millionaire in brackets. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here from the homie Jordan Andrew. Let's see. We got some more SLM era kind of tracks that we have not heard of here. So we're definitely about to get into it. So from the mixtape Source by SLM, Prod SLM, covered by Michael. December 2021. So not obviously not brand new, but not super old either. So this is obviously before the Jordan Andrew name change, but let's get into it. Unreleased Jordan Andrew Why/Millionaire.
these thoughts alive deep in my mind. Someone's playing for the other side. Pop one, pop two, got to survive another. Just to make the sun come out, make for an easier ride. Had to question my judgment, thought shit was sweet, but it wasn't. That sour was what sent me the wrong signals. Strong smell of success in the room, don't you crack a window. Don't know how to act, but that's how it's always been so. Prepare to see me lose all control. I can delete the bottle, but first I'll probably need a bowl. Tell me why I feel unbeatable. My personal deadlines are hardly meetable. Why I can't have it now, but I need it though. Why I panic when I'm out the house, can't leave it, bro. I was manic when I touch the sun, don't need control. I can't stand it, this feeling that I need you so. Dear happiness, why you always leaving me alone? Why my wrist asks questions, oh why? Yeah, dear happiness, why you always leave me alone? Why my wrist always asking questions, oh why?
Okay.
If I had it all, who would I call? If I'm up that high, I'd be worried to fall. Are you sure we can go from this small recognition to reach our vision from here? The top seems so distant. Something here wants me to stop, but I just won't listen. Still feel that something is missing. My time always spent risen, like used to, but different. Time got away, couldn't keep her attention. It's fine by the way. I've been needing to mention that all of this bleeding on tracks was not my intention. Held up to the light, my body in suspension. As I try to explain my mind with every invention. I could have it all except for we. When I flew, you saw and felt that shit, especially that look in your face in the garage still stuck with me. Mentally, not sure what helped for me to have all I could, unless part of that is you, making me feel good. When I say you, it's open to whoever could. I probably shouldn't expect her to feel how I would. I've been under pressure applied by myself. I can sit and reflect, but not sure it would help. I'm an imperfect perfecter, stuck in my own hell. Still feel that it's worth it if I got up high and I fell. I would give it all up right now, I know you could tell. Instincts of success, I'ma follow that smell.
There was some insane writing here, man. So this was loaded. This was fucking loaded. That's a fact. Loaded with a lot, actually. This was a very, like, I don't want to say it's like a different, like, style of Jordan Andrew, but it's definitely, like, up there in terms of, like, okay, this was something that you could see Jordan tapping back into. But before we get into all that, let's break this one down. So we're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of this track. So, man, oh man. All right, so let's talk instrumental here. Prod SLM. This is definitely one of those take two songs and just really combine them because, like, you just wanted to, or you know, they just sound good together. But with that said, the mix throughout the whole track is great. I love the drums, nothing clashing too overbearing at all. Definitely a really solid mix when it comes to the samples, the drums, the structure. Everything was very solid and level, definitely. Mix was good, especially for something that was December of 2021, I think. Yeah. So, very solid when you consider that. Instrumental Shining Star. Now, as I said, two instrumentals on this track, but the thing that I was thinking either way, though, like, I like the drums a lot. The drums are very crucial, and I think the drums are important part of this, but I think what sold me was the sample utilization, like how the sample wasn't, like, overused and it wasn't like a very like repetitive sample as to where you got sick of it really quick. And both of these had uh older samples that they kind of utilized when it comes to vocals. So I feel like this was super super fucking solid when it comes to the sample utilization and kind of how Jordan structured this. That's kind of where this really sold me. So definitely the samples are the shining star, but the drums are a close second, and the structure's good. Um, so instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals. Um, so right off the bat, you could kind of tell it's like a very older Jordan Andrew mix, but it's not like worse by any means. It was back when Jordan was like figuring out different styles and kind of, really experimenting, if you will. And this is definitely a more like traditional hip hop style, but still very like an alternative hip hop style. When it comes to the mix, I think it's solid, especially when you consider December of 2021, right? You're talking over close to 2 years, so always got to keep that in mind when you want to think about a mix. But the mix is great when it comes to vocals, to be honest with you. It gave it like this dark alternative because the instrumentals themselves and like the vocal samples themselves are kind of like they're on the more like positive, cool, vibey kind of side. But you have Jordan kind of make it a little bit more serious and kind of really spit some real shit on here when it comes to writing. So it gave it this nice dynamic. That it just made you take the song more serious. Um, so when it comes to the mix, perfect. Like I said, to be honest with you, like I said, it brings that like darker side of it for sure. Um, so vocal shining star. Um, flow and cadence off the rip are like really solid for both tracks. Um, but writing was something I was constantly paying attention to here. Why? I don't know. But writing was something that I was just like, damn. Like we've heard Jordan like have some really insanely written tracks, but this one was very much like in your face, confident, um and just very much like it was a very serious form of writing. I don't know why it struck me in that way, but it just did. Um, Everything Jordan was saying throughout this whole track was like very, like you were like, damn, okay. Um, all the way to the end. So to be honest with you, writing like is really the simple one for me. But flow and cadence throughout the whole track was like very solid too. So I think that was like pretty underrated. Definitely writing. So instrumental solid. Definitely the samples. The vocal solid. Definitely the writing. Not even a question. Um, let's talk theme. So cover. We got some more Michael art here, and this is actually one of my favorites because of its simplicity. Right. We have almost like this look into a painting. Like you could almost picture this as like a museum wall, but you look into it and you're like, ah. So I like the way Michael handled this one a lot. I'm a big fan of this one, especially for a single. I just like the style. Definitely, not even a question. So, overall theme here. Why and Millionaire. So, both songs are slightly different, but I feel like both kind of have the same meaning, just in like a different way of saying it. Um, the first song is obviously arguably darker, but the second song also is just as like serious, but just in like a different way. So I feel like these were not only two songs that sounded good combined, but they were two songs that also were like very relatable, but just in two different fashions. So I feel like Jordan did a really good job not only doing that, whether it was intentional or not, but really making a track that like you could tell spoke from the heart, but it was still like raw, like punchline rapping. So there was a like an interesting balance here of like kind of like punchline, 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 and then there was like real shit, real shit, real shit. But they were also kind of formatted in a way where they were all punchlines, and like there was something for almost anybody in both of these tracks. So I feel like the writing was like very slept on here, and the overall theme is like really fucking solid when you really break it down, man. So let's get it, baby. Huge shout out to Jordan Andrew. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much love. Make sure you follow Jordan on SoundCloud. One follow away from 70. And of course, make sure you follow Jordan on Twitter. They are quite literally 2 follows away from 340. Go show them some love on the bird app, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 Subaroonies on the main channel, my friends. 2 uploads per week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks. A whole lot of good stuff's available over there, man. So go show the channel and these artists some love. And if you already have, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, let's get it, baby. That was our Patreons for the night. Again, huge shout out to TDG, Cole, and Jordan Andrew for your submissions and pledging to the Music Mondays Patreon. You guys are amazing. Thank you. So, let's hop right back into community submissions, my friends. Let's go. So up first, we have the homie, Hoodie Hilltop. Now, this is a very talented hip-hop lyricist and vocalist that is had a relatively solid 2023. I think we reacted to them either last week or the week before, but I'm definitely excited to get back into some Hoodie. So Hoodie sent in Toxie's Dance. Let's see what we got here. So we got Hoodie and the homie Vernie. Toxie's Dance. Okay. 231. This is from July 21st. So not brand new, but not old by any means. Let's get into it. Hoodie Hilltop, Toxie's Dance. Got some like 8-bit fucking melody here. It's about to be crazy, I know it.
Yeah, bitch, I'm toxic. His mother should have put a warning on him, so that bitch know I'm toxic. As a motherfucker like COVID coughing, it's so bizarre that I'm open arms with so many people like a dropping coffins out in Denver, Colorado. We in at a Twin Peaks, like my name's Kyle McLaughlin.
My eyes got a corner that's just blind. I had times I ride from my nose, I like. I put on my Nikes, double tie, right up, rhyme on time and skate the bike. Latte, chai, fire, how I like. Bro, pray cause I might invite God. Propane on the night, but my pipe, my life like a bright sky. What's your mind like?
My mind is like a diamond. I've been trying to find a place where I can hide while I refine it. Take a shine into his family.
Holy shit.
Go to shine it in the mountains like it's Shelly, Jack, and Danny. At the belt around the waist, I'm waiting. Bellator attacking action. Wells alone in face, embracing hella boring rappers as a poltergeist. The flow precise, cloned off of the phone device. Why pretty got iPod of my God is a drone that strikes. And y'all to take the bomb and so polite. Village in the rubble till bubbles come out the thick. If I'm the hardest for the longest, I'm gonna wind up getting my dick sucked. I'm big fucked up to these rappers that ain't privy to it.
Bitch, I'm toxic. And if you wonder what I like, it's not shit. I'm not inclined to give a shit about your progress. Calling in my homies' word or sending in a bomb threat. Trust me, little bitch, I'm ugly. And I melt skin so the cops won't touch me. Word on the grapevine, say your mom dusty. Don't ask for the source, bro, trust me. Fuck speed, now I do a little differently. I take away the enemy officially and typically. I've never wanna jump into a fight and grab the blickety. I gotta let them out, and I'ma beat them in the smithereens with it. Get 3 minutes to get rid of the evidence. Bet you never did assume that they would set the precedent. Smuggle medicine directly to the president. He's sending me my payment via text messages.
Bro. Jesus. So that was like, I don't know what I was expecting, but it definitely wasn't that. Once I heard like the bit kind of like video game esque sound. I was like, okay, what the fuck do we have here? And it kind of threw me off. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting like to go like the harder, like super grimy, um, muddy like 808 style, but no, it was very much fast paced, like alternate pop slash like it was a trip, and I think of both of these two absolutely fucking killed it for sure. So let's break this one down. I want to talk about three things here. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Toxie's dance. So, man, let's talk instrumental. So, kind of again, like I didn't know what to expect here, but I came out still pretty satisfied. I'm not gonna lie. So, obviously, as like a first time listener, um, let's talk mix. So, I don't think this mix could have been any tighter. If I'm being completely honest with you, I feel like this was like one of the tightest mixes that you'd want for a track like this. Super hard hitting, super fast paced, super bouncy. Everything's level. Vocals sit really nice in the instrumental. I have no gripes with this mix at all. I think it's stellar. Um, hmm. Instrumental Shining Star. Um, I like the melodies a lot, but the drums kept up that like fast paced 2D feel that I think the instrumentalist was going for here. Like whoever produced this definitely was obviously going for like a very much like video game kind of deal here. But I feel like the drums contributed to so much of that. You know what I mean? They're super fast paced, super bouncy, but still very much hip hop pop like. So I'm gonna go ahead and say drums for sure. I'm big on these drums. Um, let's talk vocals here. So vocal mix for both Hoodie and Vernie were really solid. Um, no gripes. Everything sits nicely. Everything cuts through nicely. Um, yeah, no. I feel like it was like a very much raw, but like very clean and crisp approach. And Hoodie's always had like a very solid mix. That's something you always got to point out as well. But not really surprising. Overall theme. Or no, I'm sorry, a vocal shining star before we get to theme, because the theme's gonna be interesting. But vocal shining star. So obviously we have both Hoodie and Vernie here, but I think writing kind of it's like really solid. But I think the thing that like pushed it over for me was both of their flows and cadences, and I feel like structure was very underrated as well. Um, Structure because they went back and forth very like effortlessly, and they just flowed together like really fucking nicely. So I'm big on the very much like tag team verse for verse kind of format here. So structure is definitely up there. Writing's definitely up there. But the flow and cadence is something that I was like, wow. Like, hold up, like this is pretty crazy. Especially like Hoodie's like second verse was just like, wow. So yeah, flow and cadence. Definitely flow and cadence. Writing and structure is a close second though. So instrumental solid, definitely drums. Vocal solid, definitely the flow and cadence. Um, let's talk theme. So, aesthetics. Simple but very effective, right? I definitely think that this is a very solid single art when it comes to something like this. It definitely gives like the 2D, like 8-bit kind of feel, especially for a single. So definitely nail it when it comes to that. Overall theme. I mean, Toxie's dance, right? There could be a couple subliminals here that could really mean a lot more to Hoodie and Vernie than it does to like the listener. But it definitely is a play on the 8-bit kind of 2D style, especially from the cover as well. So this is definitely more of like a showcase of lyricism and flow cadence and overall skill than it is really like a track that has like a super consistent theme. And these are two artists going back and forth, really showcasing their skills, and I think it was really well done, definitely. So with that said, huge shout out to Hoodie Hilltop. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Hoodie on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Hoodie on Twitter. They are approaching 1.2K on the Bird app. Go show Hoodie some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 Subaroonies on the main channel. Go show these artists on the main channel some love, man. We upload 2 times a week. Every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And if you already showed the channel some love, we appreciate you. Thank you, my friends. So it would be the homie TDG up next, but TDG is a Music Mondays Patreon. So we already reacted to TDG. Feel free to head back to the beginning of the show and go check that out. So up next, we got the homie Survival in Negativity. Now, this is a very talented hip-hop artist and lyricist, a rally for reality, Huey. Look at the innermost conspiratorial thoughts and emotions of a character like Huey Freeman from Adult Swim show the Boondocks, along with the people who inspired him, from our Boondocks-inspired EP, Woodcrest. Holy shit. That is a insane backstory. Let's pop this open a new tab and see what we got here. Rally for reality. Wait, so the innermost conspiracy. Okay. Baltimore hip-hop duo consisting of MCs Sin, Survival Negativity, and True Thoughts. Okay, so Rally for Reality is a duo, and they have a EP together titled Woodcrest. Okay. And they submitted the track Huey. Okay, alright, I get it. Let's get into it. Survival Negativity, Huey. Let's go.
I mean, everything we see is a false reality. It's like Big Brother, The Matrix, whatever you want to call it. While we're watching each other, they're watching us. All the time.
And here I thought we made it out of 2012 unscathed and simply traded it for another hell. The ghost of Aaron Valenti speaks from the desert of the real, barren and empty, giving warnings that the blue pill assembly line works overtime in the hopes of influencing the mind. Whether convincing suburbia things are fine, or the masses to panic and purchase in mass bulk for the end times. Tune in to Channel Zero, where our moon landing heroes discovered they weren't the first to appear on that globe, then were told to cover it up for appearance's sake. MJ-12 tactics to make it all appear as if it's fake. Got me watching Independence Day, laughing my ass off. Like, yo, they really did it. They really pulled that off. Goes to show we believe it all in the name of comfort. Makes me wanna leave it all and go stay in a bunker and only come out for hunting. Survival got me bugging, but not as much as the knowledge they're probably plotting something. I just wanna rise above it, not be a product of it, and end up another internet prophet making colossal problems out of nothing, or doing nothing about the ones we got. We know they gift wrapped the poison, we just don't dislike it enough to stop, so they'll forever have something to watch. Big brother is watching, little brother's plotting, and the money ain't coming, so the grind ain't stopping. Wolves lick the blade while the hunters all props. Lost in the maze, we've exhausted all our options.
Fast, stay. Low, listen, learn. Speak, slow. Look, close. Build, grow. Quick, quiet. Sneak.
I can't find no way out of this trap. I got born in it. I didn't sin, so I have to begin as a number for the government. I'm working for another man, and based on my color, anything in between. They got people fighting wars, securing the resource for nothing, and never worry about the bodies on the floor. The families they support, ambition and wanting more. A soldier forever lost, no future but battle scars. I'm bugging, they call me crazy for exposing you fuckers, but I don't wanna keep running amok if you don't give a fuck. What? Huey Newton feel like giving up? I ain't gonna spill my blood if you ain't picking up a gun. I ain't gonna help you run not knowing what you running from. We ain't gonna win not knowing what the fuck you really want. Sick of feeling like the only one that wanna fuck the system
system up, help brothers and my sisters from.
Big brother is watching, little brother's plotting, and the money ain't coming, so the grind ain't stopping. Wolves lick the blade while the hunters all props. Lost in the maze, we've exhausted all options.
Fast, stay, low, listen, learn, speak, slow, look, close, build, grow, quick, quiet, sneak, go.
I'm the founder of 23 different radical leftist organizations, including the African Fighting Racism and Oppression, or AFRO, if you will, the Black Revolutionary Organization, or BRO. I've come up with a name for you, the White Shadow.
I'm white. I'm shadowing you. It's very clever.
And I've decided that you're a figment of my overactive imagination.
Now who's hiding from reality? Just because you're paranoid, Huey, doesn't mean we're not out to get you.
If you are real, why me?
Oh, come on. You underestimate yourself.
They wouldn't listen to me. They never listen to me.
I know you want to save the world, Huey. But sometimes people have to learn lessons on their own. The hard way.
That's a fact.
Obi-Wan Kenobi said, "Your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them." It seems to be getting harder, distinguishing reality from the illusions people make for us, or from the ones we make for ourselves. I don't know. Maybe that's part of the plan, to make me think I'm crazy. It's working.
It's working. That's a real ass track. That is definitely like a loaded track for sure. But a very meaningful one nonetheless. Very well formatted and very well done with the Boondock samples, kind of like at the beginning and the end. I definitely think that was a nice touch. Let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about three things here. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Huey. So, man, oh man. Let's talk instrumental. Instrumental is great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Melodies are very well structured. Nothing clashing, too overbearing at all. Definitely has that storytelling kind of vibe when it comes to the instrumental. But as far as the mix goes, super solid, well-rounded. And again, like I said, nothing clashing, too overbearing. I like the drums, everything cut through nicely. Vocals sit nice. No gripes with the instrumental mix at all. Let's see here. So, instrumental Shining Star. I feel like the melody was a very, like, important part of this, but the drums were very crucial, too. I don't know. I feel like the melody is, like, one of the most memorable aspects when it comes to the instrumental. So, probably the melody, to be honest with you. I feel like the melody is a good shout, definitely. So, let's talk vocals here. Now, we have two artists here from A Rally for Reality. So, let's talk mix. I definitely think they both sound very solid together. Very, very solid together. Both survival. Well, I feel like they have a good, like, dynamic, too, though. Like, that's the other part of it is like, it's definitely, like, a very much, I guess, like, a lighter and a darker side, almost, like, there's, like, almost a slight difference in lyrics, but also a slight difference in, like, delivery, so, like, that's how you can tell there's kind of, like, almost a slight difference in, like, attitude, but they're still coming together for the same topics, so it's a very interesting dynamic. So, when it comes to the mix itself, though, they both sound very, very solid. Vocals sit nice, nothing clashing, too overbearing. There's a very, like, raw, crispy approach, but everything's, like, very level, very refined, very well-rounded. Yeah, like, no complaints with the vocal mix. Trying to remember if there's... No, to be honest with you. Now I think about it, no. Vocal Shining Star. Man. So, it's a very loaded song, right? It's a very important song with a lot of like insane lyrics. So I think it's like so natural to say writing, but flow and cadence is definitely a close second for both of these artists for sure. Probably writing though. Writing definitely just breaks this song down to like a T, 100%. So I think writing is like super super important here. So instrumental solid. Definitely the melody, vocal solid. Definitely the writing for both. Yeah, let's talk theme. So aesthetics. Kind of an interesting style of art here too. Like, it's not exactly like one-to-one Boondocks art, but it's like almost like very original and like a kind of like a brighter cover for a more like serious tone. So I like the dynamic there. Definitely EP worthy as well. So I like the thought process here for sure. Definitely a solid choice. Overall theme. I mean, the theme is relatively obvious, right? I think Survival kind of broke it down a bit better. A look at the innermost conspiratorial thoughts and emotions of a character like Huey Freeman from Adult Swim, the show Boondocks. So obviously we have Riley Huey, and I definitely get what they're going for, but strictly speaking on the track of Huey, I think they both did a really good job with the structure here. The structure made it like very easy to understand in like what direction they were going as far as like the song, what it means to these two, and how it relates to Huey and even bigger the Boondocks, right? So I feel like there has to be a lot of connections there that need to be made, and I feel like Rally did a really good job as a duo to really break this down for a first time listener and really get them interested in a very like powerful, meaningful EP like this. So well done, my friends. Huge shout out to Rally for Reality. Make sure you go follow them on Spotify. Go show them some love over there. And of course, make sure you follow Survival in Negativity. They're approaching 240 followers on the Bird app. Go show them some love over there on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 subscribers on the main channel. Go show the channel some love. We upload 2 times a week, man. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a lot of good stuff's available over there. So go show these artists and the main channel some love. And if you already have, you've been dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, my friends. So continuing on, again, up next would be the homie Cole Gerard, but Cole is a Music Mondays Patreon. So we already reacted to Cole. So if you are interested in that and missed that, feel free to go back in the show and check that out. But up next, we got the homie Black Cash. Now, it's been a while since we heard from Black Cash, man. Definitely an artist that has had a really solid 2023. Has a really solid library as well. Super talented hip-hop artist. And they submitted a track titled Standing on Edge by Black Cash, engineering by Kid Cosmo. Let's see what we got here, chap. Let's see what we got here. So, man, this cover is actually pretty crazy. Holy shit. Very solid. Very solid. Minute 39 as well, so relatively quick here. Let's get into it. Black Cash, Standing on Edge.
I ain't never had a problem that I couldn't solve. Made a way out of nothing. I'll be damned if I starve. I put that on my hood, cross my heart and hope to die. I keep that shit 100, I could never tell a lie. Boy, I had to grind hard, turn days into nights, and I learned from the game. Everything got a price. Niggas just sell their soul for that gold and that fame, sign their whole life away for a whip and a chain, completely not knowing what's written deeply in the fine print. You gotta read between the lines, the only way you find it. Fuck that, I'd rather remain independent. Quarantine sick balls infect them like an epidemic. Still hazardous to the game, so they won't let me in it. Go against the boy right here, I wouldn't recommend it. The way that I go so hard, it's unprecedented. Yeah, and competition is irrelevant. As far as I'm concerned, the claims they making isn't evident. I'm using the tool that I was given, trying to make a better way to change this life that I'm living. And yeah, the hell with all that negativity. Cause I could give a damn about the blind that ain't feeling me. Cause the strong gon' thrive, but the meek shall inherit. And the fool caught up in his ways, he's gon' perish. Now that I lost my mind, my thoughts been hard to find. I'm standing right on the edge, fast forward, ain't no rewind. I've been patiently waiting, anticipating the day when we don't have to struggle through life day to day, living the free. Now that I lost my mind, my thoughts been hard to find. I'm standing right on the edge, fast forward, ain't no rewind. I've been patiently waiting, anticipating the day when we don't have to struggle through life day to day, living the free.
Damn. Okay. Good outro there too. Definitely good outro. Man, all right, let's break this one down, chat. This is really nutty. This one comes in like really hot, but finishes off really hot too. Man, so let's break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 things here. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Standing on Edge. Man, oh man. So, let's talk instrumental. I love Black Cash's instrumental choices. I feel like they really know what they enjoy on an instrumental, what they know like they're gonna want, like what they have an idea of in their head. They're very precise when it comes to their instrumental tracks, and I definitely think Black Cash has a very good knack for choosing instrumentals. So for the instrumental itself, mix is fucking stellar. Drums really knock. Melodies are great. Nothing clashing at all. Super level, super well-rounded. Got that right amount of mud in the drums as well. No gripes at all. I'm really big on this one. Definitely really big on this one's mix, for sure. So the instrumental mix solid. Instrumental shining star, probably a no-brainer, has to be the drums. I love the melody because it's so like it'll get stuck in your head, but the drums are like they knock, and like the drum selection itself solid. So for me, drums, but the melody's a close second. Let's talk vocals. So when it comes to vocals here, chat, again, Black Cash is an artist that has always had very stellar vocals when it comes to how they sound on the majority of their tracks, whether they're newer, whether they're older. Black Cash has always had a pretty good lock on their mix, and huge shout out to Kid Cosmo. That's definitely an engineer that I see Black Cash work with a lot. So vocal mix, no gripes whatsoever. Again, always has that like raw, but like very much well-rounded and like leveled, crispy approach. But again, like I said, this is an artist that has a very consistent mix, so you always got to point that out, but no shocker. So, vocal shining star. I mean, the first one that comes to mind is Flowing Cadence. I definitely feel like Flowing Cadence is really up there for me. But the overall writing was like very meaningful and like made you listen for the next bar and I don't know. Kind of torn between those two. Probably writing though. Probably writing just because I feel like Black Cash had something to say on this track. And of course, this track isn't exactly brand new, June 12th, 2023. So a couple of months, but not exactly super old either. So probably writing, to be honest with you. The amount of punchlines and like regular bars that were like really hot, I definitely feel like writing has to take the cake here. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Vocal solid, definitely the writing. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics. I am big on this cover, right? Standing on Edge. Boss Live Music at the top. Black Cash bottom left. Parental Advisory bottom left. I like the aesthetics on this one a lot. Not exactly the usual Black Cash aesthetic, and I like a little bit of the change here because, like, especially for a track titled "Standing on Edge," right? Just overlooking kind of any kind of horizon, and this definitely gives you that feeling. and even a slight feeling of like loneliness as well. So this one was like very, very solid, definitely. And of course, single worthy as well. So, overall theme, standing on edge. I mean, Black Cash definitely describes a little bit of, you know, the risk reward of life. Kind of dealing with the ins and outs of creativity and art and music. A couple of other like really important topics were kind of addressed here, and that's why I feel like for a minute 39, Black Cash really spoke about a lot, and a lot of important topics got spoke on. So I feel like this was like really well crafted, but also like it was very bouncy. It was very like palatable for like a new listener. I feel like Black Cash really like got it all down pat in this one song. So really well done. Huge shout out to Black Cash. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Black Cash on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Black Cash on Twitter. They're approaching 2.6 on Twitter. That is a great milestone. Huge shout out to Black Cash, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 subscribers on the Music Mondays channel. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And of course, huge shout out to everybody that's already subscribed, already showed love, already always views the videos. You guys are amazing. Thank you. So, let's get into it, man. Huge shout out to Black Cash, but up next we got the homie Offspring Mysterious. Now, a multi-talented producer, designer, writer, artist, very, very talented, submitted a new edition of Music Art, Guilty/New Beginnings. Let's see what we got here. I'm down, Offspring. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Now, wait, pause. Hold up. Let's get a little quality control up in here, right? Of course, we got the stellar description. yes, let's go. So this dropped actually back in March. Wow, so this is like actually from the beginning of the year. Let's check this out. Offspring Mysterious, Music Art, Guilty/New Beginnings. Wait, this is actually so hard. No. Okay, I feel it here. This is like a flashback segment and feeling guilty. Okay. PTSD. This was sick. Nah, that was perfect. That was actually fucking perfect. Dude, I can't believe this came out back in March. Okay. Much to talk about here because this was really, really well done. For those of you that know Offspring ranges from traditional long-form content with Offspring Mysterious or kind of like these shorter music art additions to really show off some of their singles, right, and earlier tracks. This one in particular was stellar. I like the whole PTSD kind of like drifting into the void kind of feel for sure. But it's kind of funny because it has that somber kind of feeling. It's not exactly like a dark track at all. So let's break this one down, man. We're going to talk about 2 things here because obviously no vocals. So we're going to talk about the instrumental and we're going to talk about the music art. Fun fact, this is the beginning of my Walking Onslaught's tale. See, that's sick. That's some good lore. That is some good lore. And Offspring, what's good? Hope you're well. TG, what's good? Hope you're well. Let's get it, baby. So, yeah, let's talk instrumental first. So, instrumental mix, very solid, very even, and very leveled and well-rounded. Especially the drums here, I noticed on this instrumental were like super fucking solid. So I like the mix on the instrumental a lot. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. I feel like the melody was good. Everything cuts through nicely. Nothing's really like fighting for space. Definitely like the mix. Instrumental Shining Star. So this one's kind of interesting because I really like the melody here, but I feel like the drums were like really well done in a very like crucial part of this. So, but the melody's just so memorable, man. I'm gonna go ahead and say melody just because it has that somber kind of guilty slash like, like thinking about the past kind of nostalgic feel, man. Like definitely the melody for sure, definitely. Okay. So, instrumental solid, definitely the melody. Let's talk about the music art. So when it comes to this edition of music art, short and sweet and to the point. I mean, we max out at what, 1:05, but this one was so sick for so many reasons. You could pick up on the storyline here almost instantly. Obviously, you could from the description, but when it comes to how this was really like shown to us as like say a first-time listener, this was fucking stellar. This was definitely fucking stellar because this is like a visual backstory to a track like this, and it's quite literally under 2 minutes, but just the slight edits here and the flashback kind of feel you get mixed with the somber slash like personal sound of this track. I feel like this was like one of the most like well matching and like well done music arts yet. Definitely like top 5. Definitely top 5 for sure. I feel like this one was really well edited, but also well thought out. I like the overall idea of this, and I like how Offspring was kind of like, okay, like, how can I like get to the point here? And this was very much like simple, but very effective. Very, very fucking effective. But the post editing was definitely the shining star for me, just because a lot of these shots here, like these darker shots, were perfect for something like this, because it definitely felt like very much despair, PTSD, kind of like scare, kind of factor. So I like this a lot. And I feel like Offspring did a really good job kind of bringing this feeling to light for a track like this. So well done, my friend. Huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you subscribe to Offspring Mysterious on YouTube. They are 7 subs away from 140. Go show them some love on the tube. And of course, make sure you follow Offspring Mysterious on Twitter. They are closing in on 850. Only 10 away, my friends. Only 10 away. Go show Offspring some love on the bird. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 subscribers on the main channel, my friends. And again, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a lot of good stuff's available over there. And if you're already subbed, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays, my friends. Thank you. So, man, oh man. I believe we left off with the homie. Yeah. So huge shout out to Offspring, man. But we are about halfway through the show. You guys know the drill. So, it's time for a quick commercial break. I'm gonna need everybody to get up, get a snack, go stretch your legs, go get some water, go get a smoke, go do whatever you need to do, because Music Mondays episode 138 will be right back with more reactions and reviews. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live with the Music Mondays podcast, episode 138. Hope you're well, hope you're chilling. Back into submissions, we're gonna roll, my friends. So, we left off with the homie Offspring Mysterious. Huge shout out to Offspring for the submission. But up next, we got the homie Insomniac. Now, Insomniac submitted a track titled "The Dopest." Now, this is a very talented multi-genre producer. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. So we got the homie Big Noah, Genesis, and Insomniac. Let's go. The Dopest.
Yeah, it's Big Nova Genesis. Diagnosis, Big Insomniac on the track. Newcomer and show this. Shorty clutchy dope. It's the arrival of the Puerto Rican primal. Lyrically, shit's on rivals till they suicidal. Written down that Bible book of Genesis that Nova is heaven's gift displaying it. The game's over. King Cobra with the strike, precise venomous bite. Intelligent brethren, wrecking shit when I write. I'm allowed to brag because my shit is that nice. And I know that half of y'all dudes is not as concise. Name your price, I should sell my likeness for my conciseness. When it comes to this mic shit, I'm one of the nicest. Go ahead and check any platform. And spitting bars of grain of sand. In my rhyme book is a sandstorm. I stand strong like an oak wood. In the world of no good, lyrical, this individual is so good. So stand up and acknowledge your fact. Pay homage to the new fat Puerto Rican and rap. Diagnosis, Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. INS, MC, the dopest. Drink disgusting, Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. INS, MC, diagnosis, Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. INS, MC, the dopest. Cause he sees I in this, I'm the MC. I'm the dopest. Whenever I grab the mic, the coldest. I leave the venue soulless. The next MC is hopeless. Braggadocious, exactly what hip hop is hoping. Big Nova leaves the microphone fucking smoking. No
Damn.
all my raps, they too crispy. I got more bars than all the rats in your city. And if you sick on the mic and your beats are silly, then come and join this crew where everybody's silly. We really fucking passionate. We only dropping classic shit. And Big Nova blesses the mic on surpassing shit. The flow, I'm mashing it. And since you all asked for it, here I come, all precise and fucking accurate. Puerto Rican E Honda's back, fastest hands and rap splashes so lethal. Bendito when I react, it's a fact that I'm strong in rap all across the map. It's on me act, pull me back. This beat that goes on be diagnosis, Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. INS, MC, the dopest. Drink disgusting, Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. INS, MC, diagnosis, Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. INS, MC, the dopest. Cause he sees I in this, I'm the MC. Diagnosis, Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. INS, MC, the dopest. Drink disgusting, Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. INS, MC, diagnosis, Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. Big Dog Genesis, the dopest. INS, MC, the dopest. Cause he sees I in this, I'm the MC.
Okay. Wow, that was definitely not what I was expecting, because like the instrumental is it's not like experimental, it's definitely out there though, and I feel like Noah did a really good job kind of like bringing this one to where it could be, right? So this one's very interesting. Let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of the dopest. So let's talk instrumental. Obviously Prod Insomniac. It's a very like interesting kind of instrumental. So starting off with the mix. The mix is really great for what this is. Especially with how much is going on, the melodies, the drums. This is a very loaded instrumental, if you will, right? So with that said, the mix is solid. I like the mix a lot. Level, well-rounded, nothing too clashy, overbearing. Definitely big on the mix. No gripes there. So instrumental Shining Star. Drums definitely kept up a lot of the bounce, but the melodies here were like such a big deal. So kind of torn between the two. Probably the melodies though, just because they're so recognizable and you're gonna remember it just because of what Noah did to this instrumental for sure. So definitely the melodies here. Let's talk vocals. So when it comes to the vocal mix, really solid. No gripes whatsoever. It's very like raw, clean, crisp, like well-rounded mix. It's not too processed, but it's not exactly raw either. It's a nice middle ground. So the vocals are solid again. Sits nice on the instrumental. Nothing clashing at all. Everything cuts through nicely. Definitely, everything's nice and level. Yeah, no gripes. With the vocal mix. Um, hmm. Vocal shining star. I mean, if I don't say writing, that's just wrong, bro. The writing here was insane. It was bar after bar after bar after bar, especially on a very like experimental slash like unique instrumental like this. I feel like Noah did a really good fucking job, bro. So it's not even a question, it's writing. But flow and cadence is definitely a close second too, though. Yeah, definitely writing. So instrumental solid, definitely the melody. The vocal solid, definitely the writing. Flow and cadence is a close second. Let's talk theme. So overall theme, the dopest. Let's talk aesthetics here. I love the art. Whoever did the art did a really good job. It's a very like simple cover, but I like the cropping of both of their profile pictures, and then like how it has like the stack, like that stacking effect is really solid. Like it's obviously just like a copy paste kind of deal, but I think this has like a really like memorable cover for sure. It does. So aesthetics on point. Um, hmm. Overall theme, I mean, obviously a showcase of lyricism, right? But for a track titled The Dopest, I definitely feel like Noah did a good job establishing their skills and dominance and really their place in underground and independent hip hop. I definitely think that this was a very like I'm him kind of track, and I don't think Noah disappointed at all. This is definitely a pleasure to listen to for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Noah and Insomnia. Thank you so much for the submission, my friends. Much love. Make sure you follow Noah on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Insomniac on Twitter. They're approaching 2.2K on the Bird app. Go show them some love on Twitter, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. If you haven't already, we're approaching 210 subroonies. And we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel, my friends. And of course, huge shout out to everybody that's already subbed. You've been dropping likes, you've been dropping comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you. Thank you. So, let's get it, baby. We left off with the homie Insomniac, and up next we got the homie Azrael. Now, it's been a while since we heard from Azrael. This is definitely an artist that has been on SoundCloud Sunday quite a few times, but it's definitely been quite a while since we've reacted to any of their tracks on the podcast. So, this is definitely a super talented hip-hop artist and vocalist, but they submitted a track titled Rewrite, Prod 9 Lives. Let's see what we got here. Let's pop this open, a new tab, and let's see what Azrael got for us. So 1 month ago, definitely not super old whatsoever. Lots of love in the comments too. Let's get it, baby. That's awesome. Okay. Lyrics and description, we love that. Let's get into it. Azrael, Rewrite, let's go.
Yeah, heaven is coming down. There's angels and ruby crowns. See, viva la vida, kingdom come. Now that I feel clarity is light inside my heart. Remember when the darkness used to rip me all apart. Light prevailed about all the demons in the dark. Know you losing faith, but you got angels on your team. Know you losing hope, but don't give up on all your dreams. You don't want your diamonds in your house to fall apart. I can bring you clarity and peace into your heart. no sense from the past. Maybe I can rewind your mind. We could both fly through the skies when the sun's down. Take my hand, little baby, I can turn it up. Blow, blow like dynamite, yeah, the night young. Fire like Phoenix fly, everybody jump. Blow, blow like dynamite, yeah, the night young. Phoenix fly, burning like the sun. It's a shame, sure good it when the sun's down. Take my hand, little baby, I can turn it up. Even when your world is dead and gone and broke apart. Heaven bring you clarity, peace into your heart.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Damn. Wow. Came in, came out. Holy shit, man. Okay. You guys know the drill, man. Let's break this one down. So we're gonna talk about three things here. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Rewrite. So let's talk instrumental, because Prod 9 Lives, and this was quite the fucking instrumental for sure. Let's talk mix. So the mix was great, especially with, again, how much was going on in this instrumental, the drums. The melody was definitely filled with a lot of, like, personality. It was very, like, theatrical, and I definitely think 9 Lives did a good job with this mix, definitely. Everything was very level, everything cut through nicely, especially through the vocals. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Nothing that I noticed, like, immediately I was like, oof, no, not at all. No gripes. No gripes with the mix. Definitely very solid. Very, very solid. Instrumental Shining Star. I feel like the drums were really crazy on this, but you could also make a case that the melody was really nutty as well. So there was like a couple, like, I don't know, you could go with either of those if we're being honest with you. But I feel like drums, just because that was the first thing to come to mind, and it kept up a lot of the bounce. And the drum sound selection itself was very solid. Very, very solid. So instrumental solid. Let's talk vocals here. So, vocals. So the mix is great. I think Azrael has a really, really solid mix when it comes to their vocals and how they like to sound, and especially how they sound on this track. Vocals sit nice, nothing clashing to overbearing. Everything's very, very solid. Really well engineered, to be honest with you. Definitely. So, vocal Shining Star. So there's a lot to take in from this. Between writing, flow and cadence, the intro, outro, like the structure of the whole track. Like, there's a couple of things that you could really say are the Shining Star about the vocals, but the flow and cadence is insane on this. Fast paced, in your face, super confident, makes you want to get up and move. Definitely the flow and cadence. Not even a question, flow and cadence for sure. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Vocal solid, definitely flow and cadence. Let's see here. Let's talk theme. So, when it comes to aesthetics, if you just wanted to go super simple, you guys know how I feel about the IRL covers. You know what I mean? Like, stuff like this is always a really good choice. Especially if you don't want to go the super art route, or, you know, this is the aesthetic you'd want anyways, or things like that. Covers like these are a super solid choice and a super safe choice as well. So aesthetics definitely on point, especially with the sounds. Overall theme, Rewrite. I mean, realistically, there's a couple of lines in here where Azrael speaks about rewriting, you know, history and rewriting a lot of your past, but also, like, there's a lot of, like, positivity in here, right? Like, know you're losing faith, know you're losing hope, but don't give up. Basically, is like a hidden message in here to kind of kind of take in as a listener. You know what I mean? And it's not exactly like corny positive, but it's very much truthful positive shit. You know what I mean? So I like the mix, but I like how Azrael doesn't stop. Like, the instrumental doesn't stop, the flow doesn't stop, it's still very much fast paced and in your face. So it was a great combination of two very interesting emotions, you know? So huge shout out to Azrael. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow them on SoundCloud. They're approaching 1.2K on the cloud. And of course, follow them on Twitter. They're approaching 60 over there on the bird. Literally 8 followers away from 60. So go show them some love over there on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 subscribers on the main channel, my friends. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a lot of good stuff's available over there on the channel. And huge shout out to everybody that's already sub to the channel, dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. You guys are amazing. Thank you. So let's get into it, man. We left off with the homie Azrael, but up next we would have had the homie Jordan Andrew, but we already reacted to Jordan Andrew earlier in the show. Huge shout out to Jordan and our Music Mondays patrons. So up next we got the homie Blue Moon. Now this is the first time submitting artists, I believe, and they submitted a track titled End of May. Now I definitely don't know what to expect here, but let's see what we got. We're gonna go in blind and see what we have in store here. None. Is none like none radio? That's kind of crazy. That's an insane thing. That's really cooked. But okay, they submitted a track titled End of May. Damn, okay. So this EP dropped in February of this year, so not exactly old, but not exactly brand new either. So let's get into it. First time submitting artist Blue Moon, End of May. Let's get into it.
It's the end of May, the rain won't go away. These nimbus clouds surrounding me, unearthing lonely days. Live and build a bill, reminiscing about my father. Sink deep into the feelings. Only way to prosper, only way to heal, only way to need some arms around me on my way to blown through time in a hurry. Weight on my shoulders, backpacking my worries. Face card, charge the vanity, check my own reflection. I'm gaining ease, I need to grow towards the sun, stretching out, standing firm. Need to stiffen up, become the scarlet beetle. Need to spread my wings, become the harpy eagle. Sounds so easy when I write this shit. Can't forget I live outside these contradictions. Switch gears, not here for validation. Oh, you ain't drop out yet. Congratulations, here's some trauma that you ain't paying on. 20 years plus interest, how you gonna live on?
Not about to let life spit on me? Are you dead ass? But is life winning right now? Maybe.
Or maybe not. Plucking petals, hoping life miss me. Hoping life gives me the keys to success. Cause writing makes it real, hoping makes it fraud. Attraction made this happen, I follow the law. I don't dance, but the tongue jig. Blowing nimbus clouds, soaking in the moment. Blank face, so they don't notice. Some shit gotta sit before I open up. Filled to the brim, I'm about to overrun. It's the end of May, the rain won't go away. These nimbus clouds surrounding me, unearthing lonely days. Live and build a bill, reminiscing about my father. Sink deep into the feelings one more time. It's the end of May, the rain won't go away. These nimbus clouds surrounding me, unearthing lonely days. Live and build a bill, reminiscing about my father. Sink deep into the feelings, only way to prosper.
Excellent fade out. Definitely an excellent fade out. I like that track. That was a very like chill track for my first time submitting artist. Well done. Definitely well done. Okay. So, let's break this one down, my friends. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of End of May. So, let's talk instrumental, man. So, for what this instrumental is, the mix is solid, very well rounded, very level. No gripes at all, especially for like a lo-fi kind of like chill instrumental. Definitely no gripes. I like the rain sample as well. I feel like everything was really well utilized. Absolutely. Drum selection was solid. No gripes. Instrumental Shining Star. I kind of want to say the drums, but the rain sample and the melody were like very key. Very, very key. So definitely the melody. Definitely the melody for sure. Not even a question. Let's see here. So instrumental solid, definitely the melody. Let's talk vocals. So when it comes to a vocal mix, there's definitely like a slight like raw approach, but there's not like it's not like too raw at all. It's very clear, very crisp. Not too much processing. It has the lo-fi effect that you'd want, but it's also not like, again, super processed. You know what I mean? So that's what I really like about this one when it comes to the vocal mix. But a vocals sit nice. It's not clashing with anything. Nothing too overbearing. I definitely think vocals are in a good spot. Definitely no gripes for those either. Vocal Shining Star. So I like the writing, but the flow and cadence was definitely up there for me in terms of like a lo-fi hip hop kind of vibe. I definitely feel like flow and cadence was up there for me, for sure. Yeah, so probably flow and cadence to be honest with you. So instrumental solid, definitely the melody. Vocal solid, definitely the flow and cadence, but the writing was a close second. Let's talk overall theme. So aesthetics. Now this is a track from a EP. So with that in mind, EP worthy cover, absolutely. Especially when you consider a project titled Blue Moon. You can't get any harder than this. Super personal, super like chill as well. Because I feel like just from that one track that we heard, this is very much a like a laid back kind of EP, and this kind of encapsulates that perfectly. To be honest with you, so definitely a solid aesthetic choice for sure. Overall theme, End of May. So realistically, the first thing that kept popping in my head was April showers bring May flowers, that saying. And there was a very prominent rain sample in this track titled End of May. So I could only shudder to think that there was no showers in April, because there was a lot of showers in May. So that was definitely something I just noticed off rip. And I found that the theme was very much it wasn't like a personal, like more emotional theme, but it was a very honest theme and a very like laid back kind of like storytelling, but also present day kind of feeling. It's a very like interesting track with how it kind of makes you feel like you're in May. This is definitely a track that quite possibly Blue Moon is an artist that like has more sentimental value to a track like this, and probably has a deeper story on the meaning of something like this. Because you could really ponder and try to break down the lyrics, but this is definitely one I feel like is a very personal track, but also a very like for me kind of track. So well done, my friend. Huge shout out to Blue Moon. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow them on Spotify, and of course make sure you follow them on Twitter. They're approaching 340 on the Bird app. Go show them some love over there on Twitter, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 Subarunis on the main Music Mondays channel, my friends. And per usual, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel. So make sure you go show these artists in the main channel some love. And if you already have, thank you for showing the channel some love, my friends. So we left off with the homie Blue Moon, but up next we got the homie Filter. Now, Filter had a really insane track last week. They've had a really solid 2023, but a very, very talented alternative vocalist submitted a track titled Restart Demo. So let's see what we got here. So exclusive unreleased Filter. Let's see. Dumb Cat Box. Shout out that cat, man. Let's get into it. Exclusive unreleased Filter Restart, premiering on the Music Mondays podcast. Let's go.
Yeah, since that time I needed a restart. I don't know what gotta burn my heart. That fall off, I don't know what it how to find. It's alright. Now I've grown up, I'm a better person. Now I've grown up, promise that I'm much better. It's alright. But it's been this year, I've been way overdue. Say what you want from me, instead of play dumb. Quit playing with me as if I was a drum.
Damn.
Yeah, since that time I needed a restart. I don't know what gotta burn my heart. That fall off, I don't know what it how to find. It's
Damn. Dude, that's gonna be one of those songs that's like so catchy that you just play that over and over and over again for sure. That didn't even feel like almost 2 minutes. That felt like 50 seconds. That's fucking crazy, bro. That is so crazy. All right. Much to discuss here, much to break down. Let's talk about it. We're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Restart. So, man, oh man. Let's talk instrumental, because this is quite the instrumental from Filter here. Wow. Very, like, synth heavy, very much, like, dance heavy, pop heavy, alternate heavy, for sure. But the mix is insane. I like the mix. I like the mix for where it's at, definitely. Nothing super clashy or overbearing. I like the drums a lot, for sure. The drums have, like, a real perfect amount of mud. I was gonna say they cut through nicely as well, which is also, like, super fucking solid. Yeah, no gripes, to be honest with you. I feel like the mix really shines on this one with the vocals for whatever reason, but the mix definitely has like a front and center kind of place here. So I feel like Phil did a really good job when it comes to the mix. Let's see here. So instrumental Shining Star. Man. I love the melodies here, but the drums are just insane. But the structure, as you could tell from the waveform, is also very underrated. So like, I don't know. I kind of want to go with structure here. I'm not gonna lie. just because the structure is like so unique and like very much like it's not bad to be repetitive, but it's not too repetitive at all. Like I feel like there's just a very unique structure going on here, and I like what Filter did with this for sure. So probably structure, but drums are a close second. Drums are definitely a close second. Let's talk vocals here. So vocal mix is great. Filter is definitely an artist that's always had a pretty consistent vocal mix with pretty much anything they've submitted, any kind of instrumentals or tracks that they've done. Their vocal mix has always been up to par for sure. So it's kind of not really a shocker that this one's up to par, but I definitely feel like Filter went above and beyond for a lot of the ad libs and a lot of the kind of smaller things that go on in this track, and I think Filter did a good job when it comes to mixing those as well. So a very solid mix nonetheless. So vocal shining star, right? Writing's definitely up there. Delivery is definitely fucking up there. I like the hook too, but the delivery and the flow and cadence here was like top tier Filter for me. Again, the passion was really leaking out, but kind of how everything was just in unison with the drums and everything. I don't know, something about the flow and cadence really got me on this one. Something about this one really nailed it for me. So definitely a flow and cadence for sure. So instrumental solid, definitely structure. Vocal solid, definitely flow and cadence. Writing's a close second though. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics. I mean, obviously exclusive, unreleased Filter, so not a final cover, but a solid cover nonetheless. Overall theme, restart. I mean, pretty self-explanatory, right? I like the uniqueness of the title as well, almost like the coding kind of like main menu kind of feel there. But the thing here is like I feel like Filter did a really good job being honest here, but like it shows like being honest but also like knowing what you need to do. So it's like with lines like this, like it's all right, who the fuck are you? It's okay, it's not. Like you're outwardly being honest by knowing what you should do, but you're also saying you're not okay with it, which most people aren't. So it's like a really powerful kind of dynamic going on here. And I feel like that's like pretty insane as well. But there's also like a couple hidden messages here for Filter and you know certain aspects of their life. So I like this track for what it is and the dynamic that it has for kind of like being honest with yourself and like picking yourself up, but not exactly liking it, right? Because it's like you have to pick yourself up in life and you have to push through bullshit. But it doesn't mean that you necessarily need to like it, but you also can't become bitter either. You know what I mean? Like you can't let life beat you down like that. But sometimes shit just fucking blows. But at the same time, if you kind of like acknowledge that you're pushing through it, it's also a really powerful thing. So there's a really interesting dynamic going on here when it comes to a track like this. So well done. Well done. Huge shout out to Filter. Thank you so much for letting us premiere this unreleased exclusive track. And of course, make sure you follow Filter on SoundCloud. Literally 9 away from 240 over there. And of course, make sure you follow Filter on Twitter. They are literally 3 follows away from 30, man. Go show Filter some love in the bird, man. Jesus. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 Subaronies on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available over there on the main channel, my friends. Go show these artists in the channel some love. And if you already subbed, you already showed us some love, you like the videos, all that good stuff, we appreciate you, and thank you, my friends. Let's get it. So, up next, we have the homie Patterns, aka Lil Wet Wet. And they've been on a real tear in 2023, I'm not gonna lie. Projects, singles, music videos, pretty much everything. but a super talented alternative vocalist submitted a track titled Gloss Water, produced by Homecoming Queen. So, let's see what we got here. Bam, pop this open a new tab, Rooney. Believe this made SoundCloud Sunday as well. So this will be the first time we are reacting to it here on the podcast. So, of course, lyrics and description, all platforms. Brought by Homecoming Queen, mix master, and vocals by Lil Wet Wet. Recorded at the Tube House. Let's get it, baby. Okay, let's get into it. Lil Wet Wet, Gloss Water. Let's go. It's gonna be crazy.
She sent a picture my phone and I spread. I do this shit for my sons and my savages. I used to sip, I was too young for activists. Look at my hands and they're covered in calluses. Just establish it, to define it. Start in their hands and they turn into diamonds. Pushing on my blade, I'm lying. She walk away from me cause I'm an island. My soul touched my silence. My wings split like I'm flightless. Iced out, need an ice pick. We lost love when we tried it. Sidestep, I'm in crisis. I called her out and she liked it. I'm trying. I'm so ethereal when I'm so silent. Fresh material and I keep flashing it. Super serious, so fishy halibut. I can't get near you cause you're not passionate. Diamonds dancing like it's a capture. Wasn't for me like it's a calendar. It's just good to me, I feel so powerful. Cleaning on this keyboard every song. Me alone and that shit was terrible. Like it's Central America. Oh, not even Oregon. The city is hard as September. On a bender. I'm a wizard, you're your defender. Shit is value on a single sender. Yeah, look at me, I'm a shiver. Yours is vicious, I'm a submissive. The honest, you just like a scissor. I'm just splitter, like a winner. Look how I said it's on like a splinter. When you fucked up, I still forgive you. I'm still it's made out of tissue. It's too real, I don't know how to kiss you. I had to push myself through all the issues.
Holy shit. Oh man. Oh man. Wow. That was a ballad and a half. But that was like very much a story as well. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Much to discuss here because I feel like this is a really cool dynamic that we don't get to talk about with Lil Wet Wet. So let's talk instrumental. Prod by Homecoming Queen. Of course, this is a producer that we've seen Wet Wet work with multiple times, time and time again, actually. And this is a really, really great duo. So when it comes to the mix, for what this track is, I like the mix a lot. It's a very like minimalistic kind of instrumental, but it's still very much filled with emotion. It's very theatrical. The piano is very wide. The keys are very wide. Everything is very wide and it has a lot of personality. You know, because if you're gonna go simple, you got to make sure everything kind of is up there. And this is very much a very well-rounded mix when it comes to letting everything kind of stretch out if you have more room, right? Especially when it comes to melodies or even drums in certain cases. But this track definitely has that when it comes to the melody kind of having its own personality on this track. Like I really feel like it does. So the mix, with that said, very solid. And again, not really a shocker because Wet Wet's an artist where, you know, you can almost guarantee a super solid mix, but you never know. But it's definitely something you always got to point out. But not surprising. So the instrumental mix, very solid. Instrumental Shining Star. I mean, definitely the melody, man. Like the melody just brought all the emotion, brought all the fucking emotion. It was I just kept thinking ballad in my head was a very much I was just like, wow, like this is very much like a showcase. I was very like, okay, like this is the kind of instrumental that forces you to listen to the lyrics, but it's still a wonderful instrument. So definitely the melody, absolutely. Um, Instrumental solid, definitely the melody. Let's talk vocals here. So when it comes to vocals, the mix is really out of this world. I've personally always been a fan of Lil Wet Wet's mix, but even if you're like apprehensive or anything like that, like this is like such a fine-tuned sound that you just gotta respect it. You know what I mean? And again, like I said earlier for the instrumental, this is definitely an artist that has a very consistent mix when it comes to either instrumentals they're involved with, their vocals, or things like that. So it's not really a shock that this mix is really well done when it comes to vocals. But again, you always got to point it out. And of course, like it's all about the small things too, right? Like the chops and a lot of like the repeats and the stutters and so many like small things here that kind of matter when it comes to certain mixes. So I feel like this one definitely hit the mark and checked all the boxes when it comes to what you'd expect or what you'd want from an artist like this, right? Um Vocal Shining Star. I love the flow and cadence, but the writing was so fucking impressive. Now, that's not to say that Wet Wet has had like any other bad writing or anything like that, but this track in particular was filled with like punchlines and super like descriptive and almost like hip hop like bars. And I was kind of like, wait a second, like this is very much like a freestyle kind of aspect. So like this kind of shows Wet Wet's versatility when it comes to being a vocalist. Like they can do the super fast alt pop kind of like very much like in your face kind of style, but this had like a more freestyle feel to me. Like this felt like just like alt hip hop for sure. Like and something about this writing and the way the flow was like kind of like took me back. So I was like, wow, this is insane. So writing, not even a question. But flow and cadence is definitely a close second for sure. Um, so instrumental solid, definitely the melody, vocal solid. Definitely the writing, but flow and cadence is a close second. Let's talk theme here. So aesthetics are crazy on this, for sure, crazy on this. I like the text and how again it's more of a minimalist approach. I like the simple font choice as well. Um, this one was just kind of like you're gonna remember it just because you're not gonna use covers like this all the time. So I feel like if you're gonna use them, like they're very rememberable, like in your head, especially if you have like a photographic memory. This is one you're gonna remember for sure. And even taking like the IRL aspect and just kind of like deep frying it or throwing a couple filters on it or just editing it in a certain way, where this is almost like a page out of like a novel or something like that. You know what I mean? So aesthetics definitely on point. Um, EP slash or actually EP or single worthy to be honest with you. But I like the style a lot. I like the style a lot for sure. So aesthetics absolutely. Overall theme here. So Lil Wet Wet has their own universe, much like a lot of artists do. And when it comes to the term gloss, you'll definitely see Wet Wet speak about gloss in many different aspects, right? Just all sorts of things in life are a part of the gloss ecosystem, and I feel like Lil Wet Wet has done a really good job, kind of creating and laying out this ecosystem for a lot of people just by kind of getting behind their own phrase and kind of meaning uh, of gloss that they really have. So this is like a very like I feel like the next couple of things from Wet Wet are gonna be like super gloss centered, but I could be wrong. But when it comes to an overall theme for this track in particular, um, I wouldn't say that there's like a super like standout theme because, like I said, this is very much a like I couldn't believe the writing on this. It was bar after bar after bar, punchline after punchline after punchline. It was all very descriptive, but it was all very simple as well. And there was lines that like almost anybody could get behind. So there's a couple things in here that just made me realize that this is a very much a showcase of lyricism and really just kind of showcase of writing ability. You know what I mean? Like as an artist and vocalist. So like there's so much here that I really enjoy about this, but for the overall theme, this is definitely a showcase of lyricism, and I think Wet Wet did a really good job on an instrumental like this, for sure. So, huge shout out to Lil Wet Wet. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much love. Make sure you follow them on SoundCloud, literally 3 away from 630. And of course, make sure you follow them on Twitter, 9 away from 360. Go show them some love on the bird. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 subscribers over there on the main Music Mondays channel. And of course, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available over there on the Music Mondays channel. And if you're already subbed, thank you, my friends. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Much love. So, let's get it, baby. So we left off with the homie Patterns, aka a little Wet Wet. But up next, we got the homie Rubes. Now, Rubes last week was not following the Music Mondays podcast on Twitter, but they fixed that really quickly, and they said, fuck that. I'm going to follow them. I'm going to resubmit. Let's get it. So, huge shout out to Rubes. But a very talented instrumentalist submitted a track with coordinates as the title. And I think Rubes told me what this was. I just forget what it was. Let me see if I can find it here. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Or maybe they did. Maybe they told me in person. They told me something. I forget what it was, but let's check this out. Let's see what we got here. So this is definitely about to be an instrumental track, but I'm very excited to see what Rubes has been up to for sure. So let's get into this new Rubes track. Okay. Damn, Rubes! Sheesh! Okay. This was pretty crazy. This was definitely pretty crazy. It's not often that we get a lot of pure instrumentalists. We get, bands from time to time. We get a lot of like live artists as well. But it's not often that we get like a crazy instrumentalist like this. So this is awesome. This is really, really awesome. So let's break this down. Obviously, no vocals. So we're gonna talk about two things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme for this Rubes track. So, let's talk about the instrumental. So obviously the mix is relatively raw, just because you wouldn't, I mean, you could mix something like this if you really wanted like an official release, but this is very much like a fun thing for Rubes to do. So this isn't like like an official release. I would consider this like almost unreleased, but it's just the raw version. Um, but for what this is, the mix was a pleasure to listen to though. Like even just on a listening level, it wasn't too loud, it wasn't too low, especially like for the intro. This was solid. This was really, really solid. So the mix was level, nice and even, especially for a live instrument like this. Very level, very even. Instrumental Shining Star. Probably the structure, I'm not gonna lie to you. Just because this felt like a whole song. This felt like a genuine whole fucking song from start to finish. I was like, especially when like the main kind of riff dropped and then the outro, I was like, oh, okay, so we got a little bit of like a structure here. Okay, I got it. So that's what I really liked about this, was the structure for sure, but the overall track was definitely a pleasure. So instrumental solid, definitely a structure. Let's talk theme. So obviously track title is a location, right, with coordinates, but this picture is actually crazy. I love this picture. Definitely brings that like forest foliage kind of backwoods. Take your guitar and you're just kind of chilling out there recording, and shit, like you could even get like a secluded like B&B and just fucking go record an album in like a week. Like this is that kind of vibe that it's bringing me for sure. Camping / vacation / like very much peaceful bliss aesthetic for sure. Much like the track though, right? So aesthetics on point. Overall theme, I like this theme of putting coordinates as track titles. I feel like that's a really fucking solid theme here. And Rubes' other previous track actually has that as well. So the overall theme is really well done. This is a fucking pleasure, Rubes. Awesome. Huge shout out to Rubes. Thank you so much for submitting that track, my friend. Make sure you go follow Rubes on SoundCloud. They literally have 0 followers. It's a brand new account on SoundCloud. Go show Rubes some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure to go show Rubes some love on the bird as well. Quite literally 4 away from 40 followers over there on Twitter. So go show him some love. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 210 subaroonies on the Music Mondays YouTube channel. And of course, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of really good stuff is available on the Music Mondays channel. And huge shout out to everybody that's already submitted to the Music Mondays podcast, by the way. You guys are amazing. Thank you. And subscribed per usual. But up next, we got the homie Big Mama German. Now, it's been a while since we've heard from Big Mama German. Actually, I don't think we've ever showcased them here on the show, to be honest with you. I don't think we have. They've definitely made SoundCloud Sunday quite a few times for sure, but I don't think we've showcased them here on the show. Let's see what we got here. Pop this open, a new tab. So we got the whole shebang here. We got the whole shebang. Okay, let's go Spotify. Let's go Spotify and see what we have here. Or not. I guess YouTube. Fuck it. Okay. So we have a whole EP here. Alright, I guess we'll just go with the very first track per usual. I definitely think that'll be the play. Because of course, if you ever submit a full album, we'll definitely give you some reactions and reviews on the first track, as always. So, let's see here. Get a little quality bump. Volume's good. Let's see here. So we're about to get into the homie Big Mama German. Okay. Now this is off their latest project. Big Mama German, the one. First time submitting artist. Let's get into it.
I'm that one level mission that these bitches can't beat. When I walk into the room, niggas kissing my feet. They tried to hold me fucking hostage like I am Princess Peach. But baby, I don't need no saving cause you can't capture me. They tried to throw shots on my name, but that shit ain't received. You gotta have some steady aims and make them shots incomplete. Any beat Big Mama get on, you already know she gon' eat. I'm packing heat and playing heat. This shit is not for the weak. These bars gon' go over your head.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That was definitely fucking crazy. That was definitely crazy. Like, I feel like this instrumental was super fucking demonic. Like, am I crazy? Like that was a dark ass instrumental. Like, I like whoever produced that. They did a really good job. Yeah, man. Let's break this one down. I definitely have a couple things to say for sure. So let's talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of the one. So let's talk instrumental. I'm big on this one. I'm really, really big on this one. Something about this like was super, super dark to me. Very much like in the vein of like dark trap, alt trap kind of feel, right? But as far as the mix goes, super solid, nice and muddy with the 808s. Nothing really clashing, too overbearing. Nothing that was like too much. Everything was nice and level and balanced, really well rounded. Nothing that like super stuck out to me that I didn't really vibe with. Everything kind of hit just right when it comes to the instrumental. So the mix was solid. Instrumental Shining Star, I'm definitely big on the melody, but these drums were definitely pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. And they weren't like overdone either. I definitely want to note that. I definitely don't think that they were like too much. I feel like this was perfect. For not only this sound, but what this prod was going for as well. Like I feel like the drums were right up there, definitely. So definitely the drums, but the melody's like a close second, especially in terms of like how dark this felt. So definitely the drums for the Shining Star. Let's talk vocals. So vocal mix. I like the mix a lot, to be honest with you. It has that very raw, crisp, like not too processed approach, which I think that's pretty much what they were going for. But everything cuts through nicely, drums cut through nicely, vocals sit nice in the instrumental. I like the smaller things as well with the mix, like the intro and the outro and the kind of like muffled, like a little distorted kind of rants. Like a lot of the small stuff for this mix was very solid. It's sometimes like the little shit that can really make the difference when it comes to pretty much any track. But this one for sure kind of benefited from a lot of these smaller stuff. Definitely, it just kind of fills the gaps in between. You know what I mean? And this track felt very filled when it came to the vocals. Definitely. Um, so for a first time submitting artist, the mix was very stellar on both ends. Um, Vocal Shining Star. I'm really big on the writing, but the flow and cadence was definitely up there for me. Either one of those two, it kind of like jumped out at me. You know what I mean? It definitely jumped out at me when it comes to what I thought was like really crazy. But probably writing, just because a lot of the bars were like super enjoyable, but like they're very like playful as well, but also like very serious. You know what I mean? So I felt like they had a really good mix of writing here. So definitely writing, 100%. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums, writing solid, or no, I'm sorry, vocal solid, definitely the writing. Flow and cadence was definitely a close second. Overall theme. So I mean, absolutely album worthy. Like, what the fuck? Especially for like this kind of like harder yet like playful kind of music. This is an insane project cover. And whoever is the artist that did this did a really good fucking job. But I'm big on the text. I like how it's sideways. It just screams project slash album to me. So I'm definitely big on this. Definitely could have worked as a single too, but I like the aesthetics a lot. Not even a question. Um, Overall theme. I mean, the one, right? You know, Mama German like kind of comes in here and is very like not pulling any punches, like very much stating that they are the one. Um, but in multiple different ways, right? A lot of these punchlines will tell you that. A lot of these lyrics will tell you that. And even just like the like whole demeanor and like attitude is very much like this is it. You know what I mean? Definitely this is it for sure. So like this is like the equivalent of like I'm him or like I'm her. This is definitely that song 100%. Um and especially for being the first track on a project, this would definitely entice me to listen to the rest of the project, right? You definitely want to dive in more. You definitely want to be like, yo, um let's see what's next, because this is a very interesting beat and a very interesting flow, and you just had to really dissect the writing to be like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, I'm down. So well done. A huge shout out to a Big Mama German. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you go sub to their channel. They are 6 subs away from 140, and of course make sure you follow them on Twitter. They are 2 away from 180. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 subaroonies on the Music Mondays main channel. And of course, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So go show these artists on the channel some love. And yeah, huge shout out to everybody that's already subbed and always dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays, my friends. Thank you. Let's get it, baby. So, Kyoko's Garden, welcome on in. I hope you're well. Tyler, what's good? I hope you're having a good night. Welcome on in. Happy Monday. Kale, how we doing, everyone? We are chilling. Happy Monday, my friend. I hope you're good. But let's get it, chat. We're out here. We are out here. So, we left off with the homie and first time submitting artist, Big Mama German. Well done, my friend. Up next, we got the homie Kyoko's Garden, a brand new Music Monday staff designer and also a vocalist. I don't remember what I sent last time. I don't remember either because I don't think we got to go through it. I'm pretty sure we hit our 4-hour show limit. So this is technically a first time submitting artist. Well, first time you're actually getting on the show. But I actually spoke a little Kyoko at the start of the show. So definitely go check out the beginning of the show and go show him some love as a new Music Mondays staff designer. But they submitted a track titled Overdose. Let's see what we got here. So pause that right quick. Open this in a new tab. Let's see what we got here. 2 months ago, ambient, very, very brand new. Let's see here. Engineered by Kyoko's Garden, Prod Coil. Okay. Let's get into it. First time submitting artist, Kyoko's Garden, Overdose. That was crazy. Okay. That was nuts. All right. Much to break down here for sure. Okay. We're gonna talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, and we're talking about the overall theme of Overdose. So, let's talk instrumental. So, instrumental mix is really kind of nutty, I'm not gonna lie, but in a good way, for sure. I don't think anything's clashing too overbearing that bad. Drums are solid. I like the sound selection a lot. Everything was relatively level when it comes to the instrumental, for sure. It was very much like a very powerful instrumental. It was very powerful. It definitely was stacked with a lot of like emotion and personality, for sure. But the drums kind of gave it that like kick that you'd really want to. So, all in all, a very solid mix for what this is. 100%. 100%. It's got everything you'd really want, to be honest with you. It's very fast paced, but it's also just well rounded and level. So not too many gripes with the instrumental at all. Instrumental Shining Star. Probably the drums, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the drums give a lot of that like fast-paced, high-energy feel to this. But I also like the sound selection of the drums themselves. Like the sound selection of the drums were just like yes. You know what I mean? Like big yes for sure. Yeah, definitely the drums. Definitely the drums. So instrumental solid, Shining Star definitely drums. Let's talk vocals here. So vocal mix. Nothing clashing, too overbearing that much. Um Super crisp though, definitely super crisp. Um Vocals definitely sat decent on the instrumental. Um hmm. Yeah, not too many gripes with this at all. Um Especially for 2 months ago. You know what I mean? So it's not like this was just like made yesterday and it was just like, oh bam, you know what I mean? So not like super new, but not super old either. But yeah, not too many gripes with the vocal mix at all. Um Vocal Shining Star. Um Writing is definitely a close second, but I feel like flow and cadence and delivery here was a very big part of this and a very big part of like the high energy and like high emotion. Um Definitely flow and cadence. Definitely flow and cadence for sure. It was very consistent throughout this track, absolutely. Um so instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Vocal solid, definitely flow and cadence. Writing's a close second. Um, 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 um. Overall theme, aesthetics. This is a pretty crazy cover, I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of like bringing like a fantasy kind of vibe, but also very much like a dreamlike kind of vibe. So it's got like a different kind of balance here, but it definitely matches the feeling that this song kind of brings. That's for sure. So I definitely feel like this is a solid choice nonetheless. Simple but definitely effective for sure. Overall theme. Um Realistically, this is definitely like one of those tracks where Kyoko kind of has like this is a very like for them kind of song. It's a very personal track, but it's also like the listener can kind of take what they want from it. And then they also can just kind of like leave the rest. You know what I mean? So this is a very much like for me, and if you enjoy it, that's great too kind of track, but if you don't, that's fine too. You know what I mean? So I feel like Kyoko did a really good job kind of letting the art kind of fly on this one and just letting everything go for sure. So well done, my friend. Make sure you go follow them on SoundCloud. They're approaching 1.2K on SoundCloud. Make sure you go show them some love over there. And of course, make sure you go show them some love on Twitter. They're approaching 150, literally 4 away on the Bird app. Go show them some love on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you sub Rooney to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. We are closing in on 210 subscribers. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available over there. So go show these artists on the channel some love. If you already have, man, thank you, my friends, for showing love to the channel. So, let's get into it. We just left off with the homie Kyoko's Garden, but up next we got the homie Thomas Marcus. Now, Thomas has also had a decent 2023, consistent releases, and really just been shooting for the stars, to be honest with you. But a very talented alternative producer submitted a track titled Space Prestige. Let's see what we got here. We'll pop this open in a new tab of Rooney. And let's see what Thomas has for us this week. Boom, full volume that. Boom, we'll 720 that. How you doing? Well, let's get it, baby. 2 days ago, so a brand spanking new. Thomas Marcus, Space Prestige. Let's go. Okay. It's tough. Sheesh. Okay. Okay. Let's get it, Thomas, man. This was really fucking well done. Lots I like about this. Lots I really, really like about this. So, we're gonna talk about two things because obviously no vocals. So we're gonna talk about the instrumental and we're talking about the overall theme of Space Prestige. Um, so let's talk instrumental here. Instrumental mix is fucking great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Still has that like lo-fi kind of feel that Thomas is really known for, and I think Thomas did a really good job kind of keeping that intact, but also bringing a little bit more of like a traditional hip hop feel with this one as well. So with that said, mix is super level, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Drums cut through nicely. Everything's kind of chilling in its own corner. It's a very well thought out mix, definitely. So the mix is solid. Instrumental shining star. I'm big on the melodies here. I'm definitely big on the melodies, but the thing that sold me was the drums, bass line, the kick, the percussion, all of it was really like on point for this track. It felt like a very like traditional hip hop track, but with a little bit of like Thomas Marcus lo-fi flashiness, if you will, right? I definitely feel like Thomas did a really good job when it comes to bringing their own feel, but staying true to the core, definitely. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Let's talk overall theme here. So aesthetics, I mean, Space Prestige, pretty much self-explanatory, right? I mean, yeah, man. I definitely like the choice though. Super HD, high quality. A really decent choice for a single like this, definitely. Overall theme, I mean, Space Prestige, realistically, it definitely does have that like space kind of astronaut feel, but at the same time, it is slightly peaceful. So this is why this cover works. You know what I mean? It definitely has like the aura of chaos, but like being in a field of flowers like this is like, okay. So I don't know, man. But I definitely think Thomas had the theme like really on point here with how this song made you feel, but also like, you know, what the song is actually presented as. So huge shout out to Thomas Marcus. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you go follow Thomas on YouTube. They're approaching 1.1 Stubberoonies over there. And of course, make sure you follow Thomas on YouTube. Thomas is literally, or Twitter, I mean. Thomas is literally 8 follows away from 70. Go show Thomas Marcus some love on the Bird app. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 subroonies over there on the main channel. And you guys know the drill. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks, and a whole lot of good stuff is available over there on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists and the channel some love. And if you already have, thank you for showing the channel some love. And we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Thank you. So let's get back into it. So we left off with the homie Thomas Marcus. Up next is the homies Supersaurus. Now, it's been a while since we've heard from Supersaurus. Non-binary fronted indie pop girl band, aka your new favorite girls. Dude, I remember the last submission that they had was really fucking solid. Really, really fucking solid. So I'm excited to get into this one. Let's see what Supersaurus has for us this week. Now, they submitted a track titled Let You Down. Let's get into it.
Pardon me, could you lend a hand? 'Cause I can't eat, I can't sleep while I'm missing you. Mercy me, I'm a little bit of nobody. Nobody knows me like you do. I don't know why I can't get hold of you. If I could hold you, oh God, what we would do. Don't start without me, don't stop without me too. If we were together, we'd be better than we ever knew. I'm going under, and
Okay.
clarity, 'cause I still can't see the irony of my breakdown. I call you up and it might just be okay.
Damn.
Well, I'm going under, and I know you wanna kiss me, but you don't know how. It's easier to miss me when no one's around. I didn't care about anything till the lights were going out. I know you wanna kiss me, but you don't know how. It's easier to miss me when no one's around. I didn't care about anything till the lights were going out. I won't let you down.
That was a fucking heater. That was absolutely heater. Holy shit. I kind of had a feeling, man, just because I remember their submission from quite a while ago when they submitted last, probably like a month or two ago. Was super super solid. So this one I kind of had no surprise in this being like very fucking solid. So, you guys know the drill. Let's break this one down. So, let me talk about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Let You Down. So, let's talk instrumental here. Instrumental mix is fucking stellar. Nothing clashy to overbearing at all. Everything nice and level, really well rounded. No gripes throughout the whole song when it comes to the instrumental. I feel like everything when it comes to the instrumental is very solid. So, whoever produced this did a really, really good job. Instrumental Shining Star. I feel like it'd be criminal to say anything but the drums, but the melody has such a important part to play here as well. So, probably the drums though. If I'm being completely honest with you, the drums just gave it that like classic pop feel, but it was very much a modern kind of feel as well. So definitely the drums. Definitely the drums. Let's talk vocals here. So again, the vocal mix, no gripes whatsoever, man. Super solid fucking vocal mix. Like very, very solid. Sits well in the instrumental. Nothing clashing, overbearing. Drums cut through nicely. Like literally no gripes on the vocals at all either, to be honest with you. The mix throughout the whole track is very stellar. Very, very stellar. Let me think here. So, vocal Shining Star. Man. Probably the hook, but the flow and cadence and the delivery throughout the track was really fucking solid. Again, kind of brings that like old style 80s 90s pop feel, but with like a very modern twist, which I really like. I think they did a really good job with this. Yeah, probably the hook, but the writing and flow and cadence are just such a close second, man. Such a close second. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Vocal solid, definitely the hook. Overall theme. Let's talk aesthetics. 80s, 90s diner kind of feel, man. Late night coffee shop, late night diner kind of feel. Like, come on, bro. Like, kind of a no-brainer for a track like this, but the art is fucking nailing it. 100%. Like, really well done. Kind of has that, like, comic book feel to it, but, you know, slightly better. And I love the quality as well. Like, super 1080p HD quality. Absolutely. Yeah, no gripes with the cover, but I really like the cover. I'm not gonna lie. Cover definitely nailed it. Overall theme, Let You Down. I mean, definitely a love ballad for sure, but kind of in the aspect of a feel good kind of love ballad, right? Because we all have that like person in our lives eventually where, you know, things are just things, if you will. Things are thinging. You know, whether it be heartbreak, situationships, boyfriend, girlfriend, partners, doesn't really matter. There's definitely a point in time where you felt like this song kind of makes you feel. And it's definitely one of those, like, it just makes you want to get up and move, but also, like, it definitely hits home for sure. So it's got so much substance and, like, lyrical meaning behind it, but it's still, like, one of those tracks that's gonna make you want to get up and move, for sure. So huge shout out to Superstores. Thank you so much for the submission, my friends. Much, much love. Make sure you go follow them on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow them on the Bird app. They're quite literally 8 followers away from 380. We'll show them some love over there on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 Subaroonies on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks, and a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So, let's get it, baby. And we left off with the homies Supersaurus, and up next we got the homie Braden. So, it's been a while since we've heard from Braden. Not. We get submissions from Braden like every single week, and they've been on a really insane tear in 2023. Almost weekly drops from Braden, so I'm definitely down for another Braden drop, and I'm definitely excited to see what Braden brought for this week, man. Definitely excited for sure. So, let's see. So we got the homie Vuitton, we got Braden. Let's see what we got here. Damn, this could be crazy. Okay, so we got Braden, a rich motherfucker. Let's get into it.
Damn, hero, what's going on?
He just like me for real.
Said my shit was ass, that is fucking whack. I really hope you kidding. Pull up on this block, make that shit hot. Now that motherfucker dipping. Yo, we're not here with me last year. I was making double digits. Smoking on that stack, smoking on that drink. I ain't get it from the kitchen. If I'm trash, then why you listen? You a whole rat, you a pigeon. Give it a day, now he fucking missing. Smoking his pack and I'm fucking tripping. The flow was wet, so we caught him slipping. Gonna get my bread, getting all the fixins. Y'all was mad at me, why you bitching? He was so mad, so I brought his bitch in. He a stoner, but he don't want smoke. I ain't give a fuck, I'ma still boast. Got two baddies, I'm fucking them both. Got a beam and it came with a scope. He said he'd be better alone, so you know that motherfucker gone. Bitch, I'm bad as a motherfucking bone. Getting bread like a motherfucking scone. I do what I want, what I please. Bad bitch, she get on her knees. We gon' fuck, it's a figure of speech. She a Latina, so she a freak. Y'all talking too much, my shit speak for itself. Yo, shit is trash, put it on the shelf. Look at that cards, I was fucking dope. You already know that I'm destined for wealth. I'm a rich motherfucker.
Okay.
I'm a rich motherfucker.
Eating bread like motherfucking scone.
Motherfucking beast.
Tryna play, man, you get solid, nigga, that's what I'm on. I'm tryna see it clear out this lanes, two hoes and they fucking each other. Bad bitch, she on speed out. For my buddy when he get a reach out. Why look at me, act like you know something. I top of shooting it, man, he ain't know nothing. Boy, keep my condo is dirty. I go and make the boy dance so I party. I keep it 30 like 30. When I say dirty, I'm talking about party. Know the little bitch, she a birdie. When I stay quiet, they act like they hurt me. I give a blick, it hurt me. Fold the clear, you get hit, now you worry. Whoa, what you from sipping this egg? Niggas say why, but don't know how to egg. Wanna be stopping, they going in pace. Down for but they don't know what to think. On his hat, I'm going like beat. They gon' me Cardi, I'm going like beat. He talk sick on the over the seat. Too many shots, I'm doing it cheap. Nigga, they hate to get put in the shot. Smoking some gas and it's filling my lungs. Down, why the whole room smell like skunk? Down, new man, smoking his runs. Nigga, they hate to get put in the shot. Smoking some gas and it's filling my lungs. Down, new man, why the whole room smell like skunk? Down, new man, smoking his runs.
Okay. Okay. I like this duo. I feel like this is another underrated duo. Braden is also just an artist that works well with most artists. I find that Braden is very versatile and flexible when it comes to a lot of their tracks. So, let's get into it. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Rich Motherfucker. So, let's talk instrumental. Definitely an interesting choice from Braden, but definitely an instrumental that fits both of these artists. So I like this choice a lot. When it comes to the mix is solid. Nothing clashing too overbearing at all. Vocals sit nice. Drums cut through nicely. There wasn't much throughout the whole track that kind of, I had a gripe with or kind of like struck out to me, to be honest with you. I definitely feel like Braden, again, is one of those artists that really, has a very consistent mix when it comes to the majority of their submissions, if not all of them. So not really a shock that this is a crispy mix, but always got to point that out. So instrumental mix definitely solid. Instrumental shining star. I like the drums a lot, but the melody's pretty memorable too. But the drum sound selection kind of gets me as well, so it's like, I don't know. There's a couple of back and forths here that I'm kind of tugging on, but Probably the drums and the drum selection for sure. I like the drum sound selection more specifically. I feel like that absolutely killed it for sure. So the instrumental solid, definitely drums. Let's talk vocals. So, vocal mix for both Braden and Vatan are really solid. Really, really solid. No gripes throughout the whole track. Nothing clashing too overbearing. Delivery was solid. Vocals sit nice in the instrumental. Everything cuts through nicely. Yeah, man. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Braden's definitely an artist that has a very consistent mix. Has their voice on lock with really what they like, and they're very flexible with other artists as well, which is super cool. That's not to say that they won't improve or, da 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 da, but they just have a very special knack for how they like to mix their vocals. And Braden definitely does a really good job with that. Vocal shining star. Probably writing. Because this is very much like a trade-off kind of track where it was just two verses, Braden and Vatan. They both absolutely killed it. But their writing across the whole track was very much like... It wasn't like corny braggadocious. It was very much like confident, 10 toes in your face, and a little bit braggadocious. Like it was a good mix of like attitude and like humbleness, if you will. So there was like a good like back and forth of like how this song would make you feel on like the first listen. There's a very, very like interesting back and forth. But writing is definitely the shining star. Flow and cadence probably a close second though. Flow and cadence definitely a close second. So instrumental solid, definitely drums. Vocal solid, definitely the writing. Let's talk theme. So, aesthetics. You guys know how I feel about the Braden cover art process, right? I mean, this is definitely an artist that has one of the most consistent cover art styles throughout anybody. But again, that's just what they prefer. It's not like they need to like stay throughout the whole like, like they need to keep the theme kind of deal. Nah, it's not like that. But the way Braden does do it is very solid for what it is. So, always a super, super solid art choice for Braden, definitely. But overall theme, I mean, pretty self-explanatory, right? I mean, Braden and Vatan also kind of just trade bars back and forth about either A, people kind of like subliminal dissing, B, people trying to cap, or like C, how much they've grown as artists and people and individuals, right? So like there's a couple like really good dynamics here when it comes to like an overall theme, but it's also one of those tracks that showcases both of their lyrical ability and a lot of their vocal talents as artists. So not something that you need to look super deep into, but the theme is there for sure. So with that said, a huge shout out to Braden. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much love. Make sure you follow Braden on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Braden on Twitter. They are quite literally one follow away from 40. Go show some love on the bird at my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. If you haven't already, we're approaching 210 subaroonies. And of course, you guys know the motherfucker drill. We upload 2 times a week. Every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes. And exclusive segments are all available over there on the Music Mondays channel. And huge shout out to everybody that's already subscribed and going, showing love on the Music Mondays channel. Let's get it, baby. So, let's get into it, my friends. We just left off with the homie Braden, and up next, we got the homie No Name Dread. I believe we have time for like 1 or 2 more submissions. We'll see how it goes. But No Name Dread has been back on a tear. I wouldn't say that Dread has had like a consistent 2023, but every time they have dropped, it has been absolutely crazy. Lil Kid Young, what's good? I hope you're well, my friend. Welcome on in. Happy Monday. But yeah, Dread has definitely dropped heat every time they have dropped. So this will be very interesting. But with that said, a very talented alternative hip hop vocalist, No Name Dread, submitted Stuck. Let's check this out. Pop this open, a new tab. Let's see what we got here from the homie Dread, my friends. Oh yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I can already tell it's gonna be crazy just by the cover, man. 2 days ago, brand new. Definitely made this edition of SoundCloud Sunday, volume 99, I believe. But let's get into it, man. No Name Dread, Stuck. Let's go. Oh, this guitar is crazy. Oh shit. Holy shit.
Always fucking up. Always fucking up. I know what the fuck. Lately I've been up. Mentally I'm stuck. Hit me like a truck. Baby, I've been stuck. What the fuck?
Wow.
Stuck in this room without a clue. The end is coming soon.
What the fuck? Holy shit. Alright, that's what I mean. Like, Dread hasn't been consistently dropping throughout 2023, but when they do drop, man, it's fucking crazy shit like that. That is just... Alright. Alright. Fuck me. Let's break this down, man. Let's talk about three things here. So we're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Stuck. Now this is self-prod, No Name Dread. So when it comes to the instrumental, mix is fucking great. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Drums are fucking stellar. Intro stellar. The melody stellar. Drum selection itself is stellar. No gripes at all. And again, this is definitely an artist that I kind of am not shocked that their mix is very solid. It's definitely an artist that always has like a very consistent mix. Even back in their earlier days, they had a very consistent mix. But when it comes to this instrumental, it's not really a shocker that this mix is super solid. Instrumental Shining Star, man. There's a lot. There's a lot here. Drums are crazy. I like the melody choice. The structure and the outro are pretty crazy. Man. I don't know. There's a couple things I really like about this instrumental, but if I absolutely had to choose, it's probably the drums. Probably the drums are the most characteristic and very prominent and very much structured in a special way. So definitely the drums. Let's see here. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Let's talk vocals here. So vocal mix is great, and again, Dread's an artist as to where, I'm not really surprised that this vocal mix is super solid, especially throughout like everything. The hook, all of the writing, everything is just like A1. But yeah, definitely not a shocker whatsoever. Um, but again, always got to mention it. Nothing clashing too overbearing. Vocals sit nice on the instrumental. Everything cuts through nicely. The bass works well. Everything's placed nicely. Even the vocal structure's great. Like no gripes at all with the vocals. Um, yeah. So vocal mix is solid, but vocal shining star, man. I don't know. The verses were pretty crazy, but the hook was like, holy shit. Um, I feel like it'd be criminal to not say the hook. I feel like it'd be really criminal to not say the hook just because of like how well it was like performed and like, you know, it's got to be the hook. It's got to be the hook just because you'll remember it so much on the first listen for sure. So the instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Um, vocal solid, definitely the hook. Let's talk theme. So super low key kind of cover here. Super, super fucking low key. But again, probably something slightly more personal to Dread than it is like the average listener, right? But of course, you can go super, super simple with some of these certain single covers and just kind of like take the safe route, right? And definitely a solid choice when it comes to a low key single, for sure. Definitely a solid choice. Overall theme though, Stuck. This is kind of an obvious one, but like not really like an obvious one. Dread definitely describes a little bit of the endless cycle of feeling stuck, right? Or even feeling stuck in your room or your environment or even just in your life in general, but also describing like questioning it, like how can I fix it? What if this happens? What if that happens? So Dread kind of very much does a good job describing how they feel, but also like describing that like monotonous endlessness that sometimes is like the human feeling of stuck. You know what I mean? Because it just goes round and around and around and around and around. How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this environment? How do I get out of this? How do I get out of just this? It's just life, right? And I think Dread does a really good job describing that, but also not really pulling any punches when it comes to describing it either. Dread's always been very honest, so there's no need for Dread to like sugarcoat anything, which I think is really just a redeeming quality of their music. But when it comes to the overall theme of Stuck, I think Dread nailed it when it comes to actually like describing how they feel, but also like telling the listener how they feel and really being like in No Name Dread's shoes for kind of a more in-depth and important theme than like this is, So well done, my friend. Huge shout out to No Name Dread. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much love. Make sure you go follow Dread on SoundCloud. Quite literally 9 follows away from 230. Go show Dread some love. And of course, make sure you follow No Name Dread on Twitter. 9 followers away from 120 on the Bird app. Go show Dread some love, my friend. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 210 subaroonies on the main channel. And of course, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a lot of good stuff is available on the Music Mondays channel. And if you're already subbed, you're already dropping likes, you're already dropping comments, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays, my friends. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But with that said, that is our last submission for episode 138. We are nearing our 4-hour show mark. We're going to do a little bit of an outro. We're going to thank everybody that came through and showed love tonight. And we're going to tell you what's upcoming for the next Music Mondays week or so. Let's get into it, my friends. Per usual, huge shout out to everybody that submitted tonight. Huge shout out to Hoodie Hilltop, TDG, Survival, Cole Gerard, Black Cash, Offspring Mysterious, Insomniac, Azrael, Jordan Andrew, Blue Moon, Filter, Lil Wet Wet, Rubes, Big Mama German, Kyoko's, Thomas, Super Soars, Braden, No Name Dread, and everybody else we did not get to tonight. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your submissions. Let's fucking get it. Huge shout out to everybody that came through and showed love in the chat tonight, quite literally. Huge shout out to Lil Wet Wet, TDG, Offspring, Keiko's Garden, of course. Huge shout out to Keiko's for the follow as well. Welcome to streaming family. I don't know why the alerts aren't working. Tyler, welcome. And just welcome, motherfucker. I hope you're well. God damn it. Thank you for coming through. Gail, thank you for stopping by and coming through. Little Kid Youngin, thank you for stopping by and coming through. Bird, what's good? I hope you're well. What is crack at lacking? Yeah, and again, huge shout out to everybody that even lurked and chilled. Maybe didn't say anything. Maybe you're just kind of lurking in the background, doing whatever you do. We appreciate you guys showing love to the Music Mondays podcast, man. You guys make this shit worthwhile. So thank you. But let's talk about what's coming on Music Mondays for the next week or so. Expect a brand new article this week on Music Mondays. Per usual, every Friday. Submissions open for next week's show tomorrow. So if you're watching this here live, submissions will be open on Tuesday. If you're watching this on YouTube, submissions are already open. If you're watching this anywhere else, submissions are already open. So make sure you follow us on social media at All Music Mondays. SoundCloud Sunday submissions open this Wednesday and every Wednesday. So again, if you're watching on YouTube, they're already open. If you're interested in submitting for SoundCloud Sunday, they'll be open this Wednesday. So you guys know the motherfucking drill. But what's coming on Music Mondays for the next week or so? What's going down here or there? Let's talk about it. So again, per usual, brand new article this Friday on the Music Mondays homepage as well. Make sure you go check out our website at allmusicmondays.com. Expect a couple announcements when it comes to new drops, and it is a new month, so expect a refresher on all of our YouTube and regular SoundCloud playlists. Expect a brand new recruiting video to go out this week, and actually, in case you missed it, monthly June is done, so expect that this week as well. I'm going to get on the staff and make sure they're kind of getting July and August organized as well. So lots of really important stuff coming, and lots of really cool stuff that I have to kind of take on with the staff as well. So you guys know the motherfucking drill, man. Make sure you follow Music Mondays at All Music Mondays. Make sure you stream us on all audio platforms, anchor.fm/allmusicmondays. And of course, make sure you follow me at Azam on all socials. Huge shout out to all you guys that came through and show love tonight, man. You guys are fucking amazing. You guys really get me through some of these longer shows, man. But you guys are fucking awesome. And a huge shout out to everybody that just turns up, supports, and shows love to Music Mondays, man. You guys are great. And, you know, I wouldn't be doing this without you guys. You know, you're all a very crucial part to the community and the underground. And I am I'm beyond grateful that we get to have a community that sees the growth in Music Mondays and the potential that we have in the true underground, and building a place that is very important for new and established artists, right? So lots to come here on Music Mondays. And again, huge shout out to everybody that came through and showed love tonight. You guys are fucking amazing. We'll be live next week for episode 139 of Music Mondays. Make sure you follow us on socials to stay connected. Make sure you stay connected with me on all socials. And we'll see you next week for episode 139. Take care, be safe. I love you guys, and we'll see you next Monday.